Good evening. Sorry we're a little late, but we're glad to get started and glad to see that folks are here to testify. I'd like to welcome you to this public hearing of the New York City Rent Guidelines Board and thank you all for attending. This is the third of 5 public hearings to consider comments concerning proposed rent adjustments for leases for apartments, lofts, hotels, and other housing units subject to the Rent Stabilization Law of 1969 and the Emergency Tenant Protection Act of 1974. These adjustments will affect leases commencing between October 1, 2025 and September 30th, 2026. I will now take roll call. Please respond if present. Hennessis Aquino. Alec Armlovich. Robert Ehrlich.
Present.
Arpit Gupta.
Present.
Reed Jordan.
Present.
Alex Schwartz.
Present.
Christina Smith.
Present.
Adon Soltran. Doug Apple. I'm indeed present. Let the record show that we have a quorum. The next 2 meetings of the board will be public hearings to comment on the proposed guidelines on the following dates and times. June 17th at Symphony Space in Manhattan from 5 to 8 p.m. June 27th, New York City Department of Health at 125 Worth Street between 10 and 12 p.m. a.m. Anyone who wants to comment on the proposed guidelines at a public hearing must sign up to speak. People wishing to speak at the public hearings can pre-register in advance either through our website, nyc.gov/RGB, or by calling 212-669-7480, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. For those who do not pre-register for the hearings, registration is also available at public hearings from 5 to 8 on June 17th and from 10 to 12 on June 27th. All of our public hearings will be live streamed and Spanish interpretation will be provided at each hearing. We also accept comments on the proposed guidelines outside of our public hearings. You can submit written audio and video comments for the board to review through June 27th. Instruction how to submit these comments are available on the board's website or by calling RGB. Our final vote on the guidelines will take place on Monday, June 30th, starting at 7 p.m. at El Museo del Barrio in Manhattan. Doors open at 6 p.m. The public may attend in person or may watch the vote live by streaming on the RGB's YouTube channel. Before we proceed, I'd like to go over the rules and procedures for those who are testifying before the board. If you wish to speak, you must confirm with RGB staff at the registration table located near the entrance to the hall. Speakers will not be called if they have not checked in at the registration desk. There are Spanish interpreters today over here on my left, on your right. When registering to speak, please notify the staff you'd like an interpreter. I will try to call several names in advance to let you know that you will be soon to be called up to speak. If you have materials to distribute, please give them to the RGB staff sitting at the sign-in table near the entrance. I will attempt to alternate speakers between tenants and owners, but this may not always be possible. In order to accommodate as many speakers as possible, I will ask you to limit your testimony to 2 minutes. Additional 2 minutes of speaking time will be given to those speakers utilizing interpretation services. To help speakers keep track of time, we have a clock. We'll start the clock when you begin speaking. It's right here in the front of me. The clock will beep once when the speaker has 30 seconds left. We'll continue beeping while when the 2 minutes are up. If you're still speaking at the end of 2 minutes, I will ask you to quickly wrap up your testimony. We'll have staff here available at each microphone to assist you with the mic and to remind you when your allotted time is up. I understand that many speakers have passion and speak from the heart. We want to hear all of what you have to say. However, we do ask that you be respectful and not make any overt physical threat towards members of the board or any others. This type of language will not be tolerated, and if you continue to do so, once warned, I may ask that you stop speaking. We expect many, many speakers tonight, and the board wants to hear from as many of you as possible in the limited time we have for this hearing. We understand it may be difficult to say everything you want to hear in 2 minutes, but please understand it's our responsibility to try to make sure that everyone who has taken the time to come here and testify will have a fair opportunity to be heard. Thank you for your cooperation, and the board is looking forward to hearing your comments regarding proposed rent adjustment guidelines. And with that, I'm going to call our first speaker. It's hard to, oh, I'm sorry, we have to do it in Spanish. I apologize.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, though. If you need interpreter, our interpreter is right here, it's Liz, but we ask that you come to this microphone over here for interpretation services. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ahora voy a leer los comentarios que acaba de leer el señor Apple. Hello, hello?
It's not loud. Can we turn the mic out?
Hello?
There we go.
Oh, okay. I don't like mics.
That was loud.
I know, I'm sorry. Okay. Me gustaría darles la bienvenida a esta audiencia pública de la Junta de Normas de Alquiler de la Ciudad de Nueva York y agradecerles a todos, a todas y todos por asistir. Esta es la tercera de las 5 audiencias públicas que tomarán en consideración sus comentarios sobre los ajustes de alquiler propuestos para la renovación de contratos de alquiler de apartamentos, lofts o altillos, hoteles y otras unidades de vivienda sujeto a la Ley de Estabilización de Alquileres del 1969 y la Ley de Urgencia de Protección de Inquilinos del 1974. Estos ajustes afectarán la renovación de contratos de alquiler a partir del 1 de octubre de 2025 hasta el 30 de septiembre del 26. Ahora pasaré lista, por favor respondan si están presentes. Génesis Aquino, Alex Armlovich, Robert Ehrlich, presente, Arpit Gupta, presente, Reed Jordan, presente, Alex Schwartz, presente, Christina Smith, presente, Adán Soltren, Doug Apple, presente. Que conste en actas que hemos logrado un quórum. Las próximas 2 reuniones de esta Junta serán audiencias públicas para comentar sobre las normas propuestas. Se celebrarán en las fechas y horas siguientes. 17 de junio en el Symphony Space en Manhattan, de 5 de la tarde hasta las 8 de la noche. 27 de junio en el Departamento de Salud de Nueva York, de 10 de la mañana hasta el mediodía. Todo aquel que desee comentar sobre las normas propuestas en una audiencia pública deberá inscribirse para declarar. Los que desean declarar en las audiencias públicas pueden inscribirse con antelación. Pueden inscribirse previamente en línea a través de nuestra página web nyc.gov/RGB o al llamar al 212-669-7480 de 9 de la mañana hasta 5 de la tarde de lunes a viernes. Para quienes no se inscriban previamente para las audiencias, también podrán inscribirse en las audiencias públicas de 5 de la tarde hasta las 8 de la noche, el 17 de junio y de 10 de la mañana hasta el mediodía, el 27 de junio. Todas las audiencias públicas se transmitirán en directo por Internet. Habrá interpretación al español en cada audiencia. Asimismo, aceptamos comentarios sobre las normas propuestas fuera de nuestras audiencias públicas. Pueden presentar comentarios por escrito, en audio o en video para que la Junta los tome en consideración hasta el 27 de junio. Las instrucciones sobre cómo presentar estos comentarios están disponibles en el sitio web de la Junta o al llamar al RGB. Nuestra votación final sobre las normas se llevará a cabo el lunes 30 de junio a partir de las 7 de la noche en el Museo del Barrio en Manhattan. Las puertas se abrirán a las 6 de la tarde. El público puede asistir en persona o ver la votación en directo a través del canal de YouTube de la RGB. Antes de continuar, me gustaría repasar las normas y procedimientos para quienes declararán ante la Junta. Si desean declarar, deberán confirmar su presencia con el personal de la RGB en la mesa de inscripción situada cerca de la entrada de este salón. No se llamarán a aquellos que no se hayan inscrito con el personal de la mesa de inscripción. Habrá intérpretes de español. Cuando se inscriban para hablar, notifíquenle al personal si desean intérprete. Los intérpretes de nuevo están al lado izquierdo de la tarima, estamos de este lado. Para si necesita interpretación al español, por favor baje a este micrófono. Intentaré anunciar varios nombres con antelación para que sepan que pronto se les llamará para declarar. Si tienen material que desean distribuirle a la Junta, deben entregárselo al personal de la RGB que se encuentra en la mesa de inscripción cerca de la entrada. Intentaré alternar entre inquilinos y propietarios para que ambos puedan declarar, pero esto no siempre será posible. Para darle cabida al mayor número posible de declarantes, cada uno dispondrá de 2 minutos para declarar. Se concederán 2 minutos adicionales a los declarantes que utilicen servicios de interpretación. Para ayudar a las personas que van a hablar a controlar su tiempo, contamos con un reloj. El reloj se pondrá en marcha en cuanto empiecen a hablar. Emitirá un pitido una vez cuando queden 30 segundos y seguirá emitiendo pitidos cuando se hayan cumplido el tiempo asignado de 2 minutos. Si continúan hablando al finalizar los 2 minutos, les pediremos que concluyan rápidamente su testimonio. El personal está disponible para ayudarles con el micrófono y recordarles cuando haya finalizado su tiempo asignado. Entiendo que muchos declarantes hablan con pasión y desde el corazón. Queremos escuchar todo lo que tengan que decir. Sin embargo, les pedimos que sean respetuosos y que no hagan amenazas físicas explícitas hacia los miembros de la Junta ni hacia otras personas. No se tolerará ese tipo de lenguaje y si alguien persiste en ello, después de habérselo advertido, puede que le pidamos que deje de hablar. Esperamos contar con muchos declarantes y la Junta desea conocer sus opiniones en la medida de lo posible dentro del tiempo limitado que tenemos para esta audiencia. Entendemos que puede ser difícil decir todo lo que les gustaría decirnos en solo 2 minutos, pero por favor comprendan que es nuestra responsabilidad tratar de garantizar que todas las personas que se hayan tomado el tiempo de venir aquí y declarar tengan una oportunidad justa de que se les escuche. Gracias por su colaboración. La Junta desea verdaderamente escuchar sus comentarios sobre las normas propuestas para el ajuste de los alquileres. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you. Thank you, Liz. Our first speaker will be, I believe, the public advocate, Jimani Williams is here. Is that correct? May not be in the hall yet.
Oh, he's there.
Oh, okay. It's hard to see, so welcome, Mr. Public Ad. Come on down and to the mic. Thank you for turning up the lights a little bit so we can see people. That's great.
Good evening. Peace and blessing, love and light to everyone, the chair, the entire board. First, I want to thank my staff for the prepared remarks that they made, but I'm not going to read it. I'm going to go a little bit off the cuff because I know you've heard all the stats, you've heard all the data, you understand how bad the housing crisis is. This board has given the highest increases. I actually blamed on Eric Adams, but that's another conversation that we've seen in the past 3 years in the past 2 decades. I think it's important to make sure in context that we understand what's happening in this housing crisis. We have given those increases to tenants. So we've seen rents go higher and higher, but housing stock has not gotten better. It has in fact gotten worse. So while people are paying this more rent, the housing stock is not getting better. I do believe that there are some owners who need assistance. Very often they're smaller owners, mid-sized, black and brown immigrant owners. The landlord lobby loves to put them in the front because they're more sympathetic. That doesn't mean they don't have problems. But I do not think, based on what we've seen, that raising rents will help those owners, because it hasn't. And so government needs to step in to assist those owners. Getting tenants to force them to try to pay more rent has not solved the issues that owners have. It has continued to increase homelessness. It has made the housing rate the lowest that we've seen it in I don't know how many years. It has made our rent the highest it is in this country, one of the highest in the world. So I am pleading with you to do a rent freeze. I know you did this, one high, one low, and then change it to act like we're doing something to help people. A rent freeze is what's right in 2025. We have to stop lumping all of the landlords together, big, small, bad, and good. And I know what everyone says, it is someone else's issue, and that you are not the ones to make that decision. But since you're not the one to make that decision, making a blanket increase in this climate is particularly irresponsible. So you do have some tools, you do have some things that you can do, and you do know by the data that the increasing does not address the concerns of the landlord. So please, do a rent freeze and join those of us to push government to get assistance to owners who need it. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councilwoman Sanchez is also here. Please, Councilwoman.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good evening. I'm Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, proudly representing District 14, and I serve as the chair of the New York City Council's Committee on Housing and Buildings. I want to thank you to the board members and to everyone testifying tonight. Let me be clear, I'm going to join the public advocate. Now is not the time for a rent increase. I strongly urge this board to vote for a rent freeze for the over 1 million households in New York that are living in rent-stabilized homes. The board's own data supports this ask. Net operating income for rent-stabilized building owners increased 12% last year, following a 10% jump from the year before. Meanwhile, tenants have been struggling. Evictions are up 22%, cash assistance requests are up 16%, and inflation-adjusted wages have declined. The cost of just about everything, from food to transit, is going up, and raising the rent now would worsen an already dire housing crisis. As housing chair, I've championed solutions that would help both tenants and building owners. We passed a reformed J51 program to fund repairs without burdening tenants. I've supported dozens of Article 11 deals to stabilize buildings. And by the way, owners who are here, please avail yourselves of Article 11s with HPD. That can help you to stabilize your building. And I pushed for record capital investments in the New York City budget to fix our distressed housing stock. Our council has also expanded City FEP's rental assistance and is fighting to preserve this lifeline in court. And yes, some owners, especially in the Bronx, are struggling with real financial and operational challenges. That is real. But the answer is not to push costs onto working class tenants. It's targeted support, tax relief, insurance policy reforms, and reinvestments to owners that want to do the right thing, not rent hikes. And that's why we are pushing these in the City Council. This board has frozen rents in 3 of the last 10 years, not in the last few. I urge you to do so again now. Housing is the #1 concern that my neighbors bring to me, and you have the power to bring them relief. Please vote to freeze the rent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm now going to call up a number of names. If you could come. Do we have 2 mics or 1? Either side. Tiago Branco, please come on up. After that, Justin Sanchez, you can also get ready, and Natalia Marquez. Sir, please proceed.
I just came back today to remind you of something that you continue to ignore. When landlords claim that they aren't breaking even, don't believe it. The flat rent stabilization law runs circles around the HCR and play you for a fool with fudge income and expense reports that reflect year-on-year losses. Here are some of my landlord's tricks. Register 3-room apartments as 5 to raise the market value of the unit and the legal rent. 2, overcharge tenants who don't know their apartment is rent stabilized. Even if they find out and fight it, the case will sit in a DHCR cabinet for years. That rent increase will be passed on to the next tenant. 3, leave apartments vacant until they can be deregulated somehow. 4, hire an illegal janitor and pay him in cash, or not. He's lucky to be living in a rat-infested basement until La Migra picks him up. another to post as superintendent and cut corners some more, unlicensed electricians, plumbers, and exterminators to save an extra buck. Last, a nickel and dime CPA to cook the books, and a cheap, crooked lawyer to make the scam legit. My final point, landlords are the ones holding all the cards every single year. To them, you're nothing but another compliant prostitute doing exactly what they want you to do. Put more money in their pockets and more tenants on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Justin Sanchez, followed by Natalia Marquez.
Hello, everyone. Hello, members of the board. My name is Justin Sanchez. I'm a market rate tenant right here in the South Bronx and running to represent the neighborhood that I call home. I don't need to tell you that we have an affordability crisis. You already know that nearly 50% of our rent stabilized tenants are rent burdened. And then on top of that, our incomes are down. So we can't afford rent, we're not getting paid, and our one-shot deals are already at the highest level they've been since the 2008 financial crisis. But at the same time, right here in our own neighborhood, in Hunts Point and in Longwood, our building owners have netted a 20% increase, while our shelters have seen an increase for their third year in a row, at now roughly almost 10% increase in 2024. So I'm here to echo the fact that we need a rent freeze at this very moment. But like all great New Yorkers, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We know that we can institute a rent freeze while at the same time finding ways to build more deeply affordable housing, doing things like using underutilized lots that we have, over 145 in the city by the NYPD, that we can use to build community land trusts and actually build deeply affordable housing that is actually responsive to our local incomes. At the same time, we need to make sure that we are not just saying that we are this amazing city on the hill, this progressive city, when we're constantly being pushed back. And at some point, our communities need to stop being stagnant, and we need some progress. And progress for our neighborhoods right now is being able to freeze the rent while also finding other innovative ways to actually build deeply affordable housing that we can actually do to lower the cost of rent while also making sure that our rent stabilized tenants have an actual place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Natalia Marquez, followed by Luis Eduardo Dano and Rosanna Garcia. Please, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Natalia Marquez. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism Liberation, and I am, like many of you, one of 2.5 million rent-stabilized tenants. For the past few years, I've seen my rent go up consistently, and I know, and we know, that we have not seen our housing conditions go up consistently. I have lived in the same cockroach-infested, neglected housing in Brooklyn and in the Bronx. And I am here to say quite frankly that I am not asking or begging for a rent freeze. I am here with other tenants demanding a rent freeze. Landlords are gonna come up after me and say that they need more rent money for repairs, but we know that our landlords don't do our repairs no matter what, because they use our wages to line their pockets. They're gonna say that they need more money for repairs when their profits went up 12% last year. Why don't they use any of their profits to do the necessary repairs in our apartments instead of asking to bleed us dry even more? I am here alongside 2.5 million rent-stabilized tenants that can no longer afford to live in this city because we have a class of parasitic landlords that do no work, that want more and more money. And quite frankly, I am sick and tired of seeing that 2.5 million rent-stabilized tenants have no say. They have no say when an unelected body of 9 people that disproportionately represents landlords is going to once again vote on a rent increase. We have no say. Did any tenant here vote on a rent increase? No. Who here wants to freeze the rent? That is the voice of 2.5 million tenants. Rent freeze! No! What do we want? When do we want it? I said, what do we want? When do we want it? That is the voice of the people here, and we are going to build power to make sure that we are heard. Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Eduardo Dano, followed by Rosanna Garcia and Phil Campbell. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Dino. I'm actually a representative of 736 Riverside Drive in Manhattan. And I'm here just to let you know, give you some little numbers when it comes to the so-called losses that the landlords are claiming not to be able to operate these premises. I moved to this building in 1990 when the rent roll back then used about probably about 25, 30,000. Today, the rent roll for that apartment building is way over 135,000. That is without counting the illegal apartments that they have in the basement. Those apartments are not registered, and they collect that rent, and they will never be reported to anywhere. And I want to make you aware, I actually want to suggest, please, ask the landlord to provide you a rent roll for 736 from 15 years ago, and you will see that most of them go for the same basis, claiming not being able to come up with expenses. In my premises, we have a deprivation of heat and repairs for the whole year, including last year was the worst of the worst. No heat being provided. And if you look at the data from HPD, you will see what is that we're facing on a daily basis. Right now, as we speak, I spoke to my landlord about 15 days ago about a beehive infestation right off my window on the 5th floor. And you know what they said to me? We're not going to do anything because it's too expensive to take care of that. I actually request an inspection, I like to repair order from a terminating company to take care of that problem. Do not allow these landlords to deceive you, to make you believe that they are not being able to come up with expenses. In fact, they, like I said, they had triple, if not more than that. They actually profit. In my building, we have 63 units. Out of 63 units, only 23 tenants live there since I moved in, okay? We have 43 new tenants. They all paying over $4,000 a month. If anybody do the numbers, please be considerate and think about that. These are really false claims, okay? And Mr. Robert Ehrlich, which is part of the board, he knows about that. He had conducted a bunch of different illegal tenants evictions on my building, including me. That once he had me evicted from that apartment back in 2005, and I was able to get back my apartment based on the fact that I was a good lawyer. Totally false. That board member do not represent our best interests, neither the interests of the people of the city of New York. Please look into these things and give us a rent freeze for the sake of everybody's mind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rosanna Garcia, followed by Phil Campbell, and I'm sorry, hard to read, D-I-W, Diwa Kurda. Please,
Good
ma'am.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosanna, and I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm a Bronx resident, and I'm here in solidarity with all of my working class community. Our wages remain the same while landlords continue to increase the rent year after year to get rich off of us. Even this unelected body reported that there's been a 12% increase in revenue for the landlords. How many of you have been to these hearings year after year pleading with this unelected body to not increase the rents? Raise your hands if you've been here year after year. And how many of us see how they continue to raise the rent regardless of how many times they've heard people's testimonies expressing the impact that this will have in their lives? We must remember that rent guidelines came through tenant organizing against landlords. It came through struggle. Change comes from being organized. And that's why I'm in my party fighting against this capitalist system, fighting for socialism, so that we can have a board that is representative of tenants, of our communities, and that is tenants listening to the issues that are being faced by the communities, not people that are worried about landlords' pockets and about their wealth. I'm fighting because housing is a social right. It's a human right. So get organized, join an organization, keep fighting, because this is not going to be the answer for any one of us. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Phil Campbell, Debra Corrada, and Maurice Hinton. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Phil Campbell, and I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation and a lifelong Bronx resident who helped lead the PSL's response to the horrific fire at 2910 Wallace Avenue, which displaced 250 Bronx residents this year. The people of the Bronx know crisis, and we know how to solve it. The working class and those who can't find work know that the first step to fixing housing insecurity is a rent freeze. Why? A rent freeze would allow us to reflect and act on our conditions without fear of being priced out, to reflect on asthma, lead poisoning, and cancer caused by landlords' neglect, reflect on the segregation, overcrowding, inaccessibility of our buildings, and insufficiency of energy and water in our neighborhoods. We know that our landlords do not reflect our interests because they refuse us insulation, air sealing, LED lighting, new heating, ventilation, and AC, which could save lives and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. A rent freeze is the first step to decommodifying housing and rebuild communities, to improve on existing models of social housing like community land trust and tenant cooperatives. We can prioritize neighborhood engagement, childcare, and training for collective maintenance of our own buildings instead of prioritizing profit. We cannot rely on banks, we cannot rely on landlords or the Rent Guidelines Board to meet our needs. We have to recognize that landlords, like the criminal Ved Parkash, whose neglect led to the Allerton fire, know that they can get rich from housing. But we know that it's possible to provide everyone affordable, environmentally sustainable, safe, clean, spacious, and beautiful housing in a neighborhood that meets their needs. My name is Phil. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Talk to me after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Debra Corrada, Maurice Hinton, and Pretty Star Lopez. Please.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the Urban Justice Center's Safety Net Project. We are a legal services provider whose mission is to strengthen and support communities by fighting to prevent evictions, illegal rent increases, uninhabitable living conditions, and other attacks on our social safety net. We have decades of experience providing legal support and services to homeless folks, many of whom are homeless as a direct result of eviction and of the unaffordability of New York City housing. And we are also one of the city's right to counsel providers in the Bronx, the borough hit hardest by evictions, and we have defended thousands of Bronx tenants facing eviction in housing court. Raising the rent just worsens a rental market that is already unaffordable to most tenants. The RGB's own study shows that over a third of households pay half or more of their income towards rent. We see tenants having to choose between paying rent and for other necessities like food, utilities, child and health care. This crisis is only going to get worse in the next few years as federal budget cuts means tenants are facing cuts to benefits, including housing vouchers, SNAP, Medicaid, and other, as well as massive inflation and increased cost of living. We've seen that one of the main drivers of eviction cases, especially here in the Bronx, is rent increases. Tenants who have difficulty paying rent already watch their rent go up every year or every other year. These add up over time, and as the rent keeps going up, tenants who are already struggling to make ends meet, fall behind on rent, and their landlords bring them to housing court for eviction proceedings. Some tenants end up in housing court with eviction cases repeatedly over the years as the rent keeps going up, and this only puts them at further increased risk of eviction. Rising rent also makes it more difficult for tenants to receive rental assistance from the city, and ultimately, some tenants have to make the difficult decision to move out of their homes instead of defending in these eviction cases. Now, landlords argue that they need these increases to maintain services or make repairs, but the law already lets them do that. In practice, these increases do not translate to better living conditions for tenants. This is why we are here today in support of a rent freeze to help New York City tenants stay in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Maurice, Mr. Hinton, Pretty Star Lopez, followed by Mardella Vega. Please, sir.
Good evening. My name is Maurice Hinton. I was invited here by the National Action Network. I want to ditto everything that everyone else said. There should be a rent freeze. However, if there isn't a rent freeze, I ask that you make certain exceptions. Recently, there's been a 610 law that provides landlords with market rate rent regardless of any discounts that's being offered. Those rents can be excluded from any rent increases. The landlord will still get the rent increase from the distribution of the 610 law, and all parties will be happy except for those tenants that are not included in that 610 law. The other comment I'd like to make is that if there is a rent increase, that you do not begin the increase in the middle of the rental term. It's very confusing for tenants and very hard to implement. Those are my comments. Again, I think there should be a rent freeze, but if there isn't, I've provided you with some alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pretty Star Lopez, Murata Vega, and Mizra. Please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pretty Star Lopez. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much to CASA, the Block, the Bronx Defenders, and all organizations, elected officials who fight day in and day out for our New Yorkers, specifically do the work to protect our Bronx residents. So big shout out to y'all. But I am a lifelong Bronx rent-stabilized resident and a proud daughter to a single Dominican mother who worked, who worked endlessly to provide for my sister and I with her salon and supermarket job. My mother, like many immigrants in our city, faced everything from wage theft in the workplace, housing discrimination, and homelessness. We lived in a shelter at a young age and were fortunate enough to be placed with a Section 8 voucher and receive public assistance benefits, which helped my single mother raise us. These programs helped stabilize my family, which are now facing potential budget cuts. These cuts in tandem with a nearly 8% RGB increase for 2-year leases will cause Bronx families like mine to suffer. It will bolster homelessness and create an even higher demand for our overburdened shelter system. The rent keeps rising while our buildings are in disrepair. No heat, no hot water, doñas going to sleep with coats during the winter. It brings me to a vivid memory of, there was a hurricane a couple years ago, and my neighbors and I, one of the first times I saw my neighbors and I get together was to sweep water down the staircases because we did not want the water to come into our apartments. It was literally on every floor we were doing that. And so we also report these issues to 311. Cases get closed while the reported problem persists. So a rent increase shouldn't even be considered as we live under these conditions at all. And I just want to say that I know families making $70,000 living in the shelter system because they don't qualify for public assistance and they can't even afford New York City rent. So they're just stuck there. I am demanding, alongside all of our Bronx residents here tonight, a rent freeze because the rent increases, stagnant wages, and declining quality of life is pushing our families out. And I'm tired of seeing all of my childhood friends move to Pennsylvania and just move out of state. My neighborhood is changing and I'm upset. So please, let's get a rent freeze. I need this.
Thank you. Mardella Vega, Misra, and Chris Athenios. Please, ma'am, proceed.
Hello, I'm a tenant from the Bronx, and I'm with Workers Movement for Liberation, who've been organizing with rent-stabilized tenants at 1114 Ward Ave and 2004 Ellis Ave. I'm here to say loud and clear, we oppose the rent hike and demand to freeze the rent. It is outrageous. Rent is already too damn high, and now they want to raise it even more? While the minimum wage only went up to 50 cents to $1. That is a slap in our faces. This rent hike does not reflect the reality of working class people. The Rent Guidelines Board is not democratically elected and does not represent us. It represents landlords. And the results? More families are being pushed out of their homes. We are in a housing crisis. And the reality it is, homelessness is rising in the city. In 2023, it was reported that 1 in 8 children in New York City are homeless, living in the shelter system. This is a systematic failure. How can we justify rent hikes while children are sleeping in the shelters? Evictions are increasing. Gentrification is taking over our neighborhoods. Slumlords ignore repairs, leave us with no gas, no heat, and force us to live in inhumane conditions. Some buildings catch fires and tenants are displaced with nowhere to go. And recently, ICE is raiding our homes. This system is not broken. It's working exactly as designed to benefit landlords and the real estate industry. Housing is treated as a commodity and for profit. We say enough is enough. This is class warfare. We demand a rent freeze now, but we won't stop there. We demand an end to this capitalist system that allows exploitation and oppression, that allows landlords to leech off of our hard-earned wages. Housing is a human right. It should not be a business. We need a real democratic society that benefits all, not a few, where tenants and workers can control our homes. Nobody should be homeless in one of the wealthiest, richest cities in the world. This city runs on working class power. We're the ones that built it, yet we're being priced out. We demand safe, accessible, and dignified housing for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we do it more like 7:30 or 8? 6:20. I mean, I'd like to go to like 8. Is that too late? That's fine. Let me find out. Say 7:30. 7:30. Fine. 7:30. Call up Misra, Chris Athenios, and George Sutkov. Misra, I don't have a last name, I just have a one name. If you're here, please feel free to come up. If you come later, we'll get you later. Chris Athenios, followed by George Stokrov, and Edison Diaz. Sir.
Good afternoon, or good evening, members of the Rent Guidelines Board. My family and I are owners of a property in Brooklyn for over 50 years. We take pride in our buildings, and we have an excellent relationship with all of our tenants. My parents actually live in the building. I'm here today to urge you to pass a guideline towards the higher end of the range to cover at least part of our increased operating costs in these high inflationary times. The RGB's mandate is to preserve and maintain the housing stock. Our buildings were built as long ago as 1883 and as recently as 1931. These buildings require constant maintenance and improvement. The guideline increases have never kept pace with our costs, but it afforded us the ability to put on Band-Aids. We've been bombarded with unfunded mandates such as lead testing, lead abatement, energy efficiencies, gas detectors, just to name a few, over just the last couple of years. The City Council passed these laws with no mechanism to pay for them. Abating lead paint in apartments costs tens of thousands of dollars. Energy efficiencies to comply with Local Law 97 are also in the tens of thousands of dollars. Soon we'll just need increases just to cover the cost of the fines because the actual cost of complying with the laws will be prohibitive. Perhaps that was the intent of the City Council. Right now I have two tenants who are in arrears of over $62,000. They're both very good people and there's no contentious litigation over repairs. One just doesn't have the money and the other is an addictive shopper who spends more than she earns. In any case, the city is not coming up with relief for them. The courts have delayed the proceedings for 2 years and with the hope of some agency comes to help them. In the interim, I'm left trying to pay my taxes, keep the heat on, and comply with these countless mandates. The non-functioning housing court and the lack of relief from the city to help those in need is bringing our buildings to the brink. I hope you follow the data and pass an increase that is commensurate with the cost of maintaining the aging housing stock. Otherwise, you'll be hurting these very people that you're trying to protect. Thank you.
Thank you. George Sutkoff, Edison Diaz, and Patricia Jewett. Mr. Sutkoff.
Good evening, my name is George Sotirov. I've been living in the Bronx since 1981, and I am an anchor baby. Wealth is not a sin, but it is a problem. When someone's income is 50 times his rent, he cannot begin to grasp what it's like when rent consumes 50, 80, or 100% of a person's income. This gulf in lived experience erodes empathy and distorts policy. David Stockman, Reagan's OMB director, exposed trickle-down economics as a Trojan horse, a ruse to defraud the lower classes. Investigative journalist David K. Johnston reports that since the inception of trickle-down economics, $50 trillion, that's trillion, has been funneled from the bottom 40% to the top 1%. Housing is a human right, both in terms moral and practical. A society cannot survive if it denies its people safe, affordable housing, and it certainly cannot tolerate an unregulated housing market in which criminals exploit real estate just to launder money. Yet, under Andrew Cuomo's administration, more than 100,000 rent-stabilized dwelling units vanished from the market. The predatory landlord industry is currently under investigation for colluding to raise rents nationwide. We are rapidly adding to an already standing army of the homeless and dispossessed. The Rent Guidelines Board itself is compromised because of its appointment by the now scandal-ridden Mayor Eric Adams, who, although still mayor, is now politically as well as morally damaged. So you, the Rent Guidelines Board, are under a cloud of suspicion. You do not need to raise the rents, but if you do, you will only confirm what many already believe. It is that corruption governs, not justice, not empathy, and certainly not common sense. Therefore, vote for a rent freeze.
Thank you, sir. We have a microphone on this side. If you're sitting on this side of the room and you want to use that mic, feel free to do so. Edison Diaz, followed by Patricia Jewett, followed by Iris Laverga. Sir.
Hello, y'all can hear me? All right, cool. So, yeah, I
I've grown up in a rent-stabilized unit my entire life with my single mother, and I can tell you right now, if we did not have that, there would be no way possible that I would be afforded to even grow up in a city like this ever in the first place. I say that to say these hearings aren't really meant for us to be heard, because we had to live through and suffer through a whole pandemic that is still ongoing, and they decided time and time again to raise the rent while millions of people were suffering, to line up the pockets for just a couple hundred people. Millions of people are suffering. Millions suffer just because a couple hundred people have a paper that says I own a building. It makes no sense. Holding hearings on weekdays in Tribeca in the mornings while working class people cannot afford to miss work already tells me that y'all are not here to hear the working class in the first place. There needs to be a rent freeze. There needs to be a rent rollback. People shouldn't have to pay rent at all because housing is a human right in the first place. People are starving. People are dying. People's elevators ain't working. People do not have heat. People can't get warm water. And we're here supposed to convince you to pass some phony litigation with this whole board decided by a corrupt mayor who's about to be out of here. And what's going to happen when another corrupt mayor comes? That is why this system is not reliable for the working person. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? This is the will of millions of people. We will not tolerate this any further. The people cannot tolerate this any further. The biggest form of theft in this country is wage theft. Remember that. It is the pockets of a very small group of people that are being lined up on the backs of our suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Patricia Jewett, followed by Iris Lavernia and Beverly Lawrence. I think she's coming out.
Good evening, RGB. I'm a proud member of GASA, and it seems no matter how many times we try to get you guys to understand the suffering, you just seem to be deaf to it. I want you to think about the children that are homeless because of those rent increases. Think about the children that may be in an apartment but go to bed hungry because of the rent increases. I've been living in a so-called rent-stabilized building in the Bronx since the 70s. And in 2017, our landlord was given a full renovation. That allowed him and HPD to restructure our rent. All of us got hit with a $300 a month raise. That ain't right. That ain't right. I thought that I was doing the right thing by finding rent stabilization when I was in my 20s. Here I am in my 60s, almost 70s, and I am worried every day about being homeless. That ain't right. I worked 32 years. I'm now a senior that's disabled, and I have to choose between eating and the rent. That's not right. Why do we have to make you guys understand what you should already know? You don't see the homeless on the street? Oh, maybe you don't walk the streets. We see the homeless everywhere, and we know why they're homeless. And they're working homeless. People that have jobs that are forced to be in shelters because they cannot afford the rent. We need a rent freeze now, but we also need a rollback. If you really want to know the real deal, we need a rollback. Now, there may be a few landlords that need the money, but there's a whole lot more that don't need it. Let's think about the majority of people that are out here in front of you, the people that couldn't be here because you know what? They can't afford to miss work. You got to think about that. I want you to wake up, be woke, and understand housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. And I will continue to fight because I got to think about my grandkids. It's not just about me. We are here for our families. We are here for those who couldn't be here. And you know what? We're here for those who are scared to leave their houses because of ICE. That's real too. Think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Iris Laverna, Beverly Lawrence. Iris. And Jessica Randolph. Ma'am.
Good evening. So my name is Iris Laverne. I'm a very simple person. I live by common sense. I don't do the swagger thing like Mayor Adams. I'm just simple. So because of that, I want you to know that for 22 years I've been blessed to live in a rent-stabilized apartment. 22 years. I've done it all myself. 22 years. I am one of those tenants that choose that I have to figure out whether I have to feed my son who's diabetic, okay? Diabetic. I have to choose whether to feed him or pay the rent, okay? Now, you've heard the data. It was said. There was a lot that was said, right? 12% of increase have gone to the landlords. 12%. Where is the money? What do they do with the repairs, okay? What do they do with that, okay? Because in my building, you come to my building, it's a shame. It is a complete shame, okay? There'll be no hot water, okay? There'll be no heat, okay? The elevator, we had over a year, the elevator wasn't working. I live on the top floor, okay? Now, for 6 months, I had to wait for a functioning sink. It was coming off the wall, okay? My bathroom sink, okay? So this is what I go through. And you guys want to increase the rent for the landlords. I commend you if you are one of those landlords that care. I commend you. But the fact of the matter is, okay, that many of us here don't have that fortune. Many of us here don't have a landlord that cares. Many of us here have to call 311. 311. Why? Why do we gotta call 311 when it is a given that we should be living rightfully? It is our right to have a home, a decent home, to have the right services. It is our right. I should have heat. I should have hot water. I should not struggle to figure out to pay the rent or feed my son. I am not losing my son, okay? I am not. That is my child. I work so hard. I am fortunate to be working, but you know what? There's many there are not. There's many out there are not, okay? And those that are working, like me, don't earn the salaries that you guys get with a 12% increase. Come on. Y'all go on crazy vacations. I'm trying to figure out how to go to Jersey, God damn it. For real. That's my reality. You can laugh there. You can laugh all you want. But this is the reality. I am a simple person. Simple. But you know what? I have the right. I have the right to have a home that provides services, a landlord that provides services. I have the right to walk into a building that is safe. I have the right to be able to say, I can afford it and able to feed my family. I have that right, okay? That's why I'm fighting. What are we doing? What are we doing? That's right, I demand a rent freeze, not only for me, but for all of us. I demand that rent freeze. And really think about your decisions, because you're here, you were supposed to be here to really listen to all of us, but instead, you're filling the pockets of the landlords. Reconsider your thoughts. Thank you. My name is Iris Loveburn.
Thank you, ma'am.
Beverly Lawrence, Jessica Randolph, and Alberto Ortiz. Ms. Lawrence.
Hi, my name is Beverly Lawrence. I live at 1532 Townsend Avenue. I'm here representing the New Settlement Tenant Coalition. And I also want to give a shout out to CASA. I've been fortunate, and God has been so good to me to allow me to live in a stabilized rent apartment for 25 years. But unfortunately, it's getting harder and harder for me to maintain my rent. I'm on a fixed income. I'm 62 years old. My health is declining, so I can no longer work, which I wish I could, because then I would be able to pay these high rents. So I'm just begging you to please, please just think about people that are in a less fortunate situation than yourself. We live in a crazy world right now with crazy things going on, and we need to come together as a people. We need to show more love, affection for each other, and just to help. You know, that's just common decency, you know, to treat people the way you want to be treated. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jessica Randolph, Alberto Ortiz, and Ana Galvez. Ms. Randolph?
Can I take one of their spots? I'll give you my name. I want to tag team along with Ms. Lawrence.
Sir, we do have an order, so
I know.
You're welcome to sign up, and we'll absolutely let you speak. But you have to go sign up, please.
That's done and done.
Thank you, sir. Jessica? No. Randolph? I'll hold. If she comes in, please let us know. Alberto Ortiz? Sir? Ana Galvez? And Mercedes Escoto. Mr. Diaz.
Ok, son buenos. Ok. Mi nombre es Alberto Ortiz.
My name is Alberto Ortiz.
Vivo en el 1685 Topping.
I live at 1685 Tompkins.
Vivo de mi retiro.
I live with what I earn or what I receive from my retirement.
La renta simplemente me deja con $100.
After I've paid my rent, I am left with $100.
De esos $100 tengo que pagar luz, gas y medicamento.
I have to pay the light bill, the gas bill, and pay for my medications with those $100.
El resto del tiempo tengo que estar pidiendo dinero a mis hijos para poder sobrevivir.
And the rest of the time I have to ask my kids to give me some money so I can survive.
Si me aumentan la renta,
if you increase the rent,
no sé qué voy a hacer.
I don't know what I'll have to do.
Tenemos una crisis, no simplemente yo, sino el Bronx entero.
We have a crisis not just in the Bronx, but everywhere.
Entonces lo que estamos llenándole los bolsillos a los super, a los landlords.
And what we're doing is lining the superintendent's and the landlord's pockets.
El gobierno no quiere hacer nada con nosotros.
The government wants nothing to do with us.
Todos los años los hunden.
And every single year, they sink us even lower.
Ya los caseros, los que quieren votar simplemente a los inquilinos para poder aumentar la renta,
Now, owners just want to get rid of tenants so they can increase the rents.
se están haciendo ricos
They're
a favor
getting
de los
rich.
pobres.
And they're getting rich off the backs of the poor people.
El gobierno los ayuda a todos en cuestión de comprar edificios,
The government helps them with purchasing buildings,
construir. Ellos nunca
with building.
sacan del dinero de su bolsillo.
They never have to take money out of their own pockets for anything.
Entonces, ¿qué es el resultado de nosotros los pobres?
So what happens with us, the poor?
¿Sabes? Tenemos que dejar de comer,
You know, we have to not eat,
pagar la luz,
pay our utilities,
o si no nos botan de los apartamentos.
or if not, we're kicked out of our apartments.
La mayoría de la gente,
The majority of people
tanto tiempo en la corte de vivienda,
are constantly at housing court
por amenaza de los landlores.
because of the threats made by landlords.
Yo llevo 15 años viviendo el tope y nunca me han arreglado.
I've been living at this apartment at Tompkins for
No.
15 years. Never have I had any repairs.
Nunca me han pintado.
I've never had the apartment painted.
El CIDI ha ido 10 años consecutivos,
El ceiling.
todos los años.
Every single year, the ceiling,
Y el CIDI nunca ha hecho nada para mí.
the city has not done anything for me in those 10, 15 years.
Porque ellos todo el tiempo están o con el gobernador o si no con los landlores.
Because of course, you're either with the governor or with the landlords.
Y ellos se pasan simplemente en Albany,
And they're always at Albany,
llorándole a todo el mundo
crying in front of everyone.
de que ha subido todo lo de construcción.
That
sobre
everything's
todo.
gone up, all the
Pero
utilities.
entonces, ¿qué resulta?
But then what's the end result of all
Que el
this?
pobre simplemente está pagando todo lo que ellos hacen.
That those of us that are poor are the ones paying for everything
Y
for
entonces, ¿qué
them.
tenemos que hacer nosotros?
So what do
¿Vivir
we
en un
have to do?
puente? ¿O vivir en un parque? ¿O si no vivir en los trenes?
Either we live in a park or under the bridge or on the subway.
Entonces no se puede vivir así.
We cannot keep living like this.
Porque hay tantas personas en la calle.
Why are there so many people on the streets at the moment?
Por eso mismito.
For
Porque
this
no
reason.
pueden. Deciden mejor vivir en la calle que están viviendo en un apartamento.
They prefer to live on the streets than have to live in these apartments.
Porque no se puede pagar nada.
Because you can't pay for anything, you can't afford it.
Hay más pobreza que riqueza.
There's more poverty right now than any richness.
Y son injustos con nosotros.
And they're extremely unfair with all of us.
Y simplemente le voy a decir algo.
And I'll tell you something.
Tengan conciencia
Please be aware.
y denos una oportunidad de no tener más aumento de renta.
Please give us an opportunity. Please
Okay.
do not give us a rent increase.
Porque no podemos vivir ya simplemente
Because we cannot live
de
like
agua y
this.
de aire.
We cannot live just off water and air.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ana Galvez, Mercedes Escoto, and Geronimo Jordan. Ms. Galvez.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Galvez y vengo aquí con mi asociación Casa. ¡Casa! ¿Qué queremos? ¿Cuándo? Y que frisen la
Good
renta.
afternoon. My name is Ana Galvez, and I'm here with my organization, Casa.
Lean bien esta camiseta.
Please read this T-shirt.
Dice el poder de los inquilinos.
It says the power of tenants.
Nosotros tenemos poder.
We have power.
Sabemos que estamos en sus manos, sí.
We know, obviously, that we're
Pero
in your hands.
nosotros tenemos poder,
But
señores.
we also have power, ladies
Un
and
año
gentlemen.
más que estoy aquí frente a
This is the
ustedes.
second year I'm before you.
¿Cuántos más me quieren volver a ver?
How many more years do you want to see me here?
Porque yo voy a seguir
Because I'll
luchando.
keep fighting.
Y así sea yo sola, voy a venir.
Even if I'm by myself, I will continue to come.
Ustedes mejor que nadie saben el problema que hay.
You all know better than anyone else what the
Hay
problem
una
is.
crisis real de vivienda.
There's a veritable crisis
O no se
for
los dice
housing
su
right now.
gobernador.
Or perhaps you're not aware of this.
Ojalá y en el aumento de renta les aumenten su sueldo a ustedes también.
And hopefully if there's an increase in rent,
Y no
your
solo
salaries
les
will go
llenen
up.
el bolsillo a ellos.
And this way you don't have to line their pockets.
¿De qué hablan?
What are you talking about?
¿De arreglar los apartamentos?
Of not
¿O de
repairing
comprar
apartments?
más edificios para seguirnos robando a nosotros?
Or to continue purchasing buildings to keep robbing us?
¿Qué quieren?
What do you want?
¿Qué buscan de Nueva York?
What do you want from New York?
¿Por qué no dejan que Nueva York vuelva a florecer?
Why don't you let New York
Este
flourish
Nueva York
once
que era
again?
antes.
New York of yesteryear.
Hay crisis por donde
There's a
sea.
crisis everywhere.
Migración,
There's immigration,
vivienda, comida,
housing,
aumento
food,
de una canasta básica.
increase for basic
Basta ya.
purchases in the home.
De
Enough.
verdad que buscan.
What is it that you
¿Qué
seek?
quieren de nosotros?
What do you want from us?
Tienen micrófonos,
You have
díganlo.
microphones. Let us know.
Díganlo.
Tell us.
Para que nosotros estemos conscientes y luchemos.
So that we can know what to do.
Me alegra que me pongan atención.
And I'm happy
porque
that you're
hace
paying
un
attention
rato
to
que
me because a
hablaba
few
alguien,
minutes ago,
ustedes estaban en otro lado.
some of you
Algunos
were
de
in
ustedes.
another world. Some of you.
Ojalá y de verdad tomen nota.
Hopefully you're taking
Y
notes.
vayan a decirle a ese alcalde
And you will tell
que
the
no
mayor
queremos
that we
más aumento de alquiler
That we don't
y
want
que
any
no
more
lo
rent
vamos a
increases.
pagar.
And that we're not going to pay.
Que me sigan llevando a corte.
You can continue taking me to court.
Porque tal vez ustedes
Because
y el gobierno
perhaps
quiere
if the
seguir
government
dando
wants,
más y más y más programas.
offering more and more
Va a llegar un
programs.
momento en que va a ser
But it
insostenible,
comes to
señores.
a
Sean
point
reales, sean
where
conscientes,
it's
por
untenable.
favor.
Please have a conscience.
Esta noche estamos
Tonight,
buscando
we are seeking
no aumento de alquiler.
no more rent
No
increase.
aumento de alquiler.
No more
no
rent increase.
aumento de alquiler.
No more rent increase.
aumento de alquiler. No aumento de
No more rent
alquiler.
increase.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mercedes Escoto, Geronimo Jordan, and Cynthia Norris.
Hello.
Buenas tardes. ¡Casa! El poder está en casa, ¿ven? Buenas tardes, mi nombre es
Good evening.
Mercedes Escoto.
My name is Mercedes Escoto.
Yo vivo en el 1187 de Anderson Avenue.
I live at 1185 Anderson.
El casero mío es Emerald Equity.
Emerald Everett is my landlord.
Exacto. Le voy a hacer la pequeña historia de todo lo que
Señora, acérquese al micrófono, por favor.
Le voy a hacer la pequeña historia de todo lo que estos caseros están haciendo
I'm
en este
going to
edificio.
tell you a story about what this landlord is doing with the building.
Yo me mudé en el 2012.
I moved there in 2012.
Ninguna reparación fue hecha.
No repairs were made.
En mi list decía que cada 3 años me iban a hacer reparaciones.
They said that every 3 years repairs would be made.
Nunca pasó.
But that never happened.
Yo lo llamaba,
I called them.
me cansé,
I got tired of it.
no me prestaban atención.
They wouldn't pay attention to me.
Como yo trabajaba, lo pagaba yo.
And whenever I could, I would pay for the repairs.
Yo trabajé para la ciudad 35 años.
I worked for the city for 35 years.
Trabajadora social.
I was a social worker.
Y todos esos arreglos en mi apartamento los pagaba yo
And all of the repairs in my apartment, I paid for.
hasta que me dio un derrame cerebral.
Until I suffered a stroke.
3 años atrás.
3 years.
En esos 3 años tuve que también encargarme de mi madre,
In those 3 years, I also had to look after my mom.
deshabilitada totalmente en cama,
She was completely disabled and bedridden
con home attendant de 24 horas.
with a 24-hour home health aide.
El apartamento ya no podía yo costear los arreglos
I could no longer afford the repairs in the apartment
porque tenía que también costearle los arreglos a mi madre.
because I also had to pay for my mother's repairs.
¿Ok? Mi mamá necesitaba comida especial,
My mother needed special food,
yo tenía que buscársela.
and I had to look for that.
Entonces que ya no tenía el ingreso que tenía cuando trabajaba.
And of course, I no longer had the income I had when I was working.
Nada más tengo el ingreso del Seguro Social
I only have Social Security
y mi retiro,
and, of course, my retirement benefits,
que no es tanto porque me tuve que retirar antes
which is obviously not a lot because I had to retire early
por el derrame cerebral que pasé,
because of the stroke that I suffered.
que ese derrame también yo se lo agrego a la estrés que me tenía el casero.
And I attribute that stroke, of course, to all of the stress that the landlord caused.
Por poco pierdo el trabajo.
I almost lost my job.
Tenía que estar en la corte cada 3 días en la semana casi,
I had to be at court almost 3 days a week,
peleando para que él no me llevara a la calle, no me sacara de mi apartamento.
fighting so that I wouldn't get evicted.
Y porque una vez se me olvidó traerle el recibo del salario,
And because on one occasion I forgot to bring my pay stub,
me desalojó.
I was evicted.
Estuve afuera por un fin de semana.
I was on the street for an entire weekend.
Nada más porque se me olvidó llevarle el talonario del trabajo.
Simply because I forgot to bring my pay stub to court.
Hice todo y lo conseguí el lunes. Me presenté en la corte, lo entregué.
I did everything. I showed up at court again on Monday. I turned in the pay stub.
Pues ¿saben qué? Como él mandó el marshal, tuve que pagar $10,000.
When he called the marshal, I had to pay $10,000.
Aparte de la renta del mes.
Aside from the month's rent.
Y yo me preguntaba por qué.
And I would ask myself, why?
¿Qué pasó con, ¿de dónde salió este dinero?
Where did this money come from?
Los gastos del marshal, fue lo que
Well,
me dijeron.
those were the marshal fees.
Y yo, como no tenía, también me había dado el derrame, yo no estaba pensando muy bien.
And because I had suffered the stroke, I really wasn't thinking very clearly.
Porque eso no es legal lo que ese señor hizo.
That was illegal, what that gentleman was doing.
Pues para hacer el rápido el cuento,
But just to make the story short,
Casa vino al edificio
CASA came to the building
porque quería quitar la renta estabilizada.
because they wanted to do away with stabilized rent.
La llevó a la corte y la corte se la negó.
And of course, we took them to court and the court denied their petition.
Después de eso, porque no arreglan para nada,
And after that, because of course they make no repairs,
lo llevamos nosotros a la corte
we took them to court
con Bronx Legal Services.
with Bronx Legal Services.
Cuando Bronx Legal Services llevamos el caso,
When Bronx Legal Services took the case,
adivinen qué,
guess what?
ganamos.
We won.
¿Quieren saber cuánto ganamos?
Do you know how much we won?
$500,000.
$500,000.
¿Y sabe por qué lo ganamos?
And do you know why we won that amount?
Porque hicimos una asociación de inquilinos
Because we created a tenants association.
y estábamos fajados
And
haciendo
we were
meetings
working hard
con
and
Casa,
organizing meetings with
con el
CASA,
abogado.
with the attorneys.
Yo casi en silla de rueda,
I was even in a wheelchair
con bastón,
with a cane,
sin el elevador,
with no elevator,
no agua caliente.
no hot water.
Mi estufa se me dañó,
Even my stove wasn't
mi
working.
nevera se me dañó.
My refrigerator broke down.
Llamo a los bomberos,
We called the fire department.
me sacan todo y le dicen al landlord que tiene que darme lo nuevo.
They took everything out of my apartment and told the landlord that he had to replace everything.
No hizo nada,
He
3
did nothing.
meses, yo sin nevera y ni
I
estufa.
had no refrigerator and no stove for months.
Imagínese usted.
Can you imagine?
Después me cayeron bedbug.
Then I had bed bugs in the apartment.
Tuve que deshacerme de mi mamá
I had to get rid of my mom from the apartment
porque la agencia de home attendant me dijeron no.
because the home health aid agency said no.
No podemos tener la home attendant si hay bedbugs.
We cannot allow the home health aid to come in if there are bed bugs on the premises.
Imagínese cómo estaba yo llamando al landlord
Can you imagine
diciéndole,
how I was calling the landlord?
vengan a exterminarme la casa de
Come
estos pájaros.
please and fumigate and exterminate.
No me hicieron caso.
They again didn't
¿Sabe?
pay attention to me.
Yo tuve que llamar,
I had to call.
sacar una tarjeta de $1,000
I had to get a $1,000 card
y 700 pagué por la primera
and I
exterminación.
paid $700 for the first exterminator.
Después, por la segunda, 700 más.
For the second, another $700.
Imagínese.
Can you
no-
imagine?
No, podía pagar mi costo de medicina. No me daba.
I wasn't able to pay for my medication. I
Please
didn't have
finish,
enough money.
ma'am. If you
Señora,
could
por
please
favor,
finish.
termine su declaración.
Déjeme terminar.
Let me finish.
Yo le di el respeto a ustedes, ustedes dénmelo a
I
mí.
allowed you to speak.
Gracias.
You'll allow me to speak now. Thank you.
Ya va, ya va.
I'll be
Después
finishing
de
up
todo
soon.
esto,
After all
ahora,
of
¿sabe
this-
lo que hizo el casero?
Now, do you know what the landlord did?
Se fue en bancarrota.
He now went bankrupt.
Ahora estamos en el limbo, no sabemos
Now,
porque no hay
We
landlord,
have no idea what's going on. We have no landlord.
no hay el que limpia,
We have no porter.
no tenemos. No hay a quien comentar y decirle qué es lo que hay que arreglar en el edificio.
We have no idea who to report any damages to the building.
La Suprema Corte nos mandó la carta
The Supreme Court sent us a letter
diciéndonos que el edificio, el landlord se fue en bancarrota
stating that the landlord had gone bankrupt.
y que no nos preocupemos.
And for us not to worry,
¿Y cómo no me voy a preocupar?
how am I not going to worry about this?
No estoy pagando la renta y no
I'm
me
not
siento
paying
bien
for
por
rent,
eso.
and I don't feel good about this
Porque a mí no me gusta abusar de nadie.
because I don't like to abuse
No me gusta que me
anyone.
abusen a mí, ni
I don't like
abusar de
people to
nadie.
use me. I don't like to use
So,
anyone.
no encuentro que esté bien que todavía no hayan mandado quién tiene que colectar
So we
esa
still
renta.
don't know who will be collecting the rent for our our building.
So tengo la renta ahí agarrada
So I
hasta que el
have the
nuevo
rent
dueño venga.
until the new landlord arrives.
Pero ustedes ven lo que se llama una persona responsable.
But do you see
Así
what a
tenemos que ser
responsible
todos.
person is?
Los caseros tienen que ser
If we're
responsables
like that,
igual.
landlords have to be that way too.
Okay, y cuando dicen, que no le vamos a colejar la renta.
And when they say that we're not going to freeze
Ma'am,
rent.
if you could,
Porque
we
¿cómo
have
le
many,
vamos
many, many people to hear from tonight.
¿Cómo le vamos a hacer los arreglos si no congelan la renta? Y digo yo, pues yo tengo 16 años viviendo aquí y nunca me han arreglado
I've
nada.
been
Y
living here
ese
for
dinero
16
que yo
years
pagué,
and the apartments haven't
¿qué
been
hicieron
repaired.
con ese dinero?
What are you doing with that money?
No, por eso es la pregunta.
No,
¿Qué
but that's the
hicieron con el
question. What
dinero?
happens with the money?
El landlord, ¿qué hizo con el dinero
What
que
did
yo
the
pagué en
landlord
esos
do with the
16
money that I paid in
años?
those 16 years?
Diciendo ahora que no se la congele porque no tienen dinero, que
Stating that the
saquen todo
money
ese
shouldn't be
dinero que
frozen
cogieron
now.
de vacaciones
He should take all
y
that
que
money that he
cogieron
used for
para
vacation
comprar otros
to
edificios
buy other
para que arreglen el edificio
buildings
completo.
to repair
Gracias
ours.
y muy buenas noches.
Thank you. Good night to all.
Gracias. Thank you. Mercedes Escoto, Geronimo Jourdain, and Cynthia Norris. In that order. So, Mercedes Escoto?
Because I was next. Cynthia
I'm
Norris
sorry.
was next, baby.
I apologize.
And I kind of stand here for a while. I'm almost scared to go after her. You did such a great job. Shout out to you. My name is Cynthia Norris, and I'm here with New York Communities for Change. And I am here today representing the Barber Tenants Association. They live 570 Leffords and 560 Leffords. The reason why I'm here today representing those tenants is because a lot of them do work, and a lot of them are working more than one job, and some of them just can't make it here. You know, they said, why are we not having these on the weekends? And I get it. They just can't make it. A lot of tenants are forced to pick up another job because rents are going up. Some of the apartments in the building are being destabilized, and they are redoing the apartments over for the new apartments that's being destabilized. And what happens to the old apartments that's not being redone over is that the ceilings are starting to collapse. Like backup sewage from the toilet is coming up, and it's coming up in their sinks. And they're starting to get mold because they don't know where the water is coming from, because the new apartment over them just got new bathrooms, new kitchens, new washer and dryer. And we're not saying like, okay, I get it, you updating your building. You destabilize that apartment, now you renting it for $3,500, $4,500 a month when you got like 7 people living there to be able to make sure they pay that rent, when they could have left the tenant that was staying there for decades long paying $800 to leave on that apartment to their family. You know, a lot of times when you see a rent stabilized apartment, it's being passed down from generation to generation. Why is that? Because that is one of the last real affordable housing that we have left, right? And another reason why I'm here today is because a lot of tenants were scared to come up here too. They were scared because they saying that the landlords is there, they speaking up, and let's just be real. Those landlords don't live in the building that we're living in, right? I live in a rent-stabilized apartment too as well. I was just here speaking to you guys the other day on Monday. I know you guys recognize me. Like, listen, we gotta come together as one. Folks are sick and tired of picking up a second job. They're sick and tired of getting roofs fell on them. They're sick and tired of living with no hot water, no heat. And it's like, these are our elderly folks, right? I have my children here. I want to be able to leave something back for them too. I'm only 34 years old. I don't want to die waking up with a ceiling on top of me, and neither do them. Half of this team on this table, none of y'all even live in a rent-stabilized apartment. Only one of y'all from this table live in a rent-stabilized apartment. So none of y'all even know what it's like to live in a rent-stabilized apartment. Y'all don't know what it's like to sleep without no heat. You don't know what it's like to get bed bugs. You don't know what it's like. I understand that y'all here to judge what's happening, but how can you judge on something you know nothing about? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Geronimo Jordan, followed by the Borough President, Vanessa Gibson. But Mr. Jordan? Sir.
Yo pensaba
Sir.
Yo pensaba decir algo, pero he decidido no decir nada porque tanto que se ha dicho aquí, es tantas cosas que se ha dicho aquí que...
I'm sorry, but so much has been said here already.
Yo pensaba decir algo.
I'd like to say something, but so much has already been said.
Sí, que he decidido no decir nada porque con todo lo que se ha dicho aquí, creo que es más que
I've decided
suficiente.
not to say anything.
Excuse me, I'm talking. Con todo lo que se ha dicho aquí,
With everything that's
es más
already
que
been said,
suficiente
I think it's enough
para que ustedes tomen una decisión correcta.
for you to make the right decision.
Porque con todo lo que se ha hecho aquí, yo creo que fijar la renta es lo más
So
productivo
I think
que
with
ustedes
everything
pueden hacer.
that's been said, the most productive thing for you to do is to freeze the rent.
Porque ¿qué más se ha dicho aquí que no se sabe ya?
What else has been said here that we don't already know?
Yo sé que ustedes lo tienen que saber muy bien, los abusos que cometen los landlores.
I know that you're
Ellos
fully
no
aware of
merecen
everything
que
that
se le
landlords
dé
do.
otro aumento.
They don't deserve another increase.
Lo que se merecen es que se frise la
What they
renta,
do
por
deserve
lo
is
menos por
for
4
there to be
años.
a rent freeze, at least for 4 years.
Porque con todo lo que se ha dicho aquí,
Because with
es para
everything that's been
conmover
said,
al corazón más duro.
that should move the hardest of hearts.
Porque, ¿qué más se ha dicho aquí que no se sabe en esta ciudad?
Because what else has been said here that we don't already know in this city?
Con estos malditos,
With these
con
damn
estos malditos
landlords.
propietarios.
With these damn landlords.
Eso es todo lo que tengo que decir.
That's all I have to say.
Y yo sé que a ustedes no les importa eso.
Thank you, sir. I believe the Borough President of the Bronx, Vanessa Gibson's here. Please, Borough President.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you all for coming out tonight to the Rent Guidelines Board hearing right here in the Bronx. I am Bronx Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson, and I'm grateful to be here on behalf of 1.4 million residents that live and work in our borough. I want to thank our chair, Doug Apple, and all the members of the New York City RGB. I thank you for making sure that the Bronx always has its own hearing, because that was not always the case. The Bronx deserves our own hearing. We deserve to be heard, and I'm grateful that we are here tonight at Hostos Community College. I truly believe that access to safe, quality, and affordable housing is a fundamental right that should be afforded to all New York families. The rent stabilization system is one of the cornerstones of affordable housing that we have left in our city. It has been a lifeline for so many families that are working class, middle class. So many of our families are overburdened with rent. They're spending more than 30% of their income towards rent. We've seen so many challenges right here in the Bronx. We've seen an aging infrastructure. We've seen disinvestments in affordable housing. We've had thousands of residents evicted from their homes right here in the borough. That's not acceptable. I was one of the prime sponsors of the Right to Counsel law that is now in effect, and we know the impact of what evictions mean. It has a rippling effect. The cost of living continues to rise in our city. We are living in an affordability crisis. We need affordable housing like never before. We need to raise wages so that many of our families are earning more in their households. We need to address the high cost of food, and we need to make sure that investments are made in housing. The RGB proposals that are before all of you this evening, 1.75 and 4.75 for one-year leases, and between 3.75 and 7.75 for two-year leases, would have a devastating impact on many of our older adults, our veterans, people with disabilities, and working-class people. We cannot continue to put the burden on tenants. Tenants are paying rent every single month, and they deserve to get quality services in exchange for that. We understand the cost of living is rising. We understand that. But I'm asking the Rent Guidelines Board to please consider the impact of what these proposed increases would mean for our families right here in the Bronx. The Bronx continues to shoulder the burden of so many issues that we are dealing with, from poverty, from under opportunities, from lack of programs. And as the Bronx Borough President, I am fighting every day to protect our people, to protect our families, our children, whether it's addressing gun violence, investing in schools, making sure that we have real affordable housing. Families cannot be displaced and pushed out of the very neighborhoods, folks, that they helped to build. Let's recognize our immigrant families. We stand on their shoulders because of their blood, sweat, and tears. They built the city that we live in today. It is not acceptable that the very fabric of our communities are now in jeopardy because of the high rising cost of rent. We have to do something about this, folks. And we understand and we know everyone should have the same opportunity, and the Bronx deserves no less than what any other borough would ask for. So as Borough President, I am asking the members of the Rent Guidelines Board to absolutely reject these proposed increases so that we can keep all of these residents living in the Bronx, taking care of their families, of their grandchildren. We cannot afford to lose an entire generation of our people, and that's what we stand to lose here in the Bronx. So I am grateful that all of our residents are out here tonight, and I ask you during the course of tonight's hearing to please listen to them. They are telling you stories. They are giving you testimony of what they experience every single day. When it comes to harassment, when it comes to discrimination, and you know what? They call my office. I get the calls of the elevators not working, of dealing with rodents and mice and mold and everything that we know no human should ever have to live in these conditions. The Bronx deserves better, and we need your help. Help us so that we can help to protect the very New Yorkers that have built our borough and our great city. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Borough President. Enos Chimbo, Ernesta Vasquez, and Michael Blake. So, Ms. Chimbo. Oh, okay.
Bueno, el micrófono está según el tamaño. Ya.
Se lo están bajando.
Muy buenas tardes, distinguidas personas que están ahí al frente. Espero ser escuchada y ser escuchado por todos. Realmente mi historia es muy larga, no habría tiempo para contar, pero sí les voy a... Okay.
Hello, good evening, distinguished members. I hope that tonight I will be heard and understood. My story is a bit long, but I'm going to make it short. Diga, señora.
Sí. Vivo en el 1272, mi nombre es Inés Chimbo, por 25 años. Durante estos 25 años he sufrido una violencia de parte de mi ex esposo, violencia doméstica sería.
Un momento. I have lived at 1272 here for 25 years. My name is Iris Chimbo. And during those 25 years, I have to say that I suffered domestic violence at the hands of my ex-husband.
Debido a esas circunstancias, pues fue él deportado, así que yo me quedé en cargo de mis 5 hijos, me quedé como madre soltera. Desde ese tiempo he sufrido lágrimas. ¿Por qué? Porque realmente en aquel tiempo yo como mujer no ganaba lo suficiente, no podía pagar la renta.
Un momento. So due to those circumstances, my ex-husband was deported and I was left to take care of my 5 children as a single mother. And at that time, it was hard and I suffered and I cried real tears because at the time, as a woman, I was not able to earn enough money to pay the rent.
En ese tiempo no tenía ningún conocimiento, no sabía cuáles son las leyes. Lo único que el súper me encontraba cada vez que yo llegaba del trabajo y me decía que yo desocupara el apartamento de ahí porque me van a poner el llave o candado ahí. Entonces yo me ponía a llorar en las escaleras antes de entrar a mi apartamento para que mis hijos no vieran por qué yo lloraba, porque yo pensaba, ¿a dónde me voy a ir? Y no tengo cómo pagarlo.
Un momento. So I did not know anything about like laws or things like that, and I would come home from work and the super would always get me and tell me that he wants me to leave the apartment and that I need to go, I'm being kicked out, and that he was going to lock me out. So I would cry on the stairs before I would actually go inside my apartment because I didn't want my children to see me crying and to know why I was crying because I couldn't pay the rent.
El súper me ofrecía dinero para él arreglarme en ese tiempo el lease que estaba escrito al nombre de mi esposo. Pero yo decía, ¿de dónde voy a tener dinero? Por eso mismo no puedo pagar la renta. Entonces tenía amenazas, tenía, muchos chantajes de que yo ya tenía que irme. Y gracias a una trabajadora social me pudo ayudar, así que acudí a la corte. Pero
un momento, señora. So the super kept also offering me money so that he can fix the lease because the lease was under my ex-husband's name. But I'm telling him, where can I get that money if I don't have enough money to pay rent? So basically, I suffered threats, I suffered blackmail, I was constantly told to leave the apartment, and it was only until I received the help from a social worker that I was able to understand what was happening. And I also went to court. Dígame, señora.
Sí. Pues en la corte me ayudaron, pero a través de los años que pasaron, pues sí, yo conseguí, gracias a Dios, un buen trabajo donde trabajaba a veces desde las 6 de la mañana hasta las 3, 4 de la mañana, dejando a mis hijos ahí, a veces hasta peligrando. En realidad, a cuestión de la renta, ¿por qué a nosotros, nos obligan a pagar la renta? Pero nosotros no podemos, no tenemos votos para decir, bueno, vénganme a arreglar ese baño, ese apartamento, ese techo. Hace poco a mí se me ha caído el techo de arriba de la cocina. Se destruyó todo, mis vasos se rompieron de todo. Llamé al...
Un momento. So I went to court and the court helped. As time passed, I was lucky enough to find a really good job, but where I would work from 6 o'clock in the morning, sometimes until 3 or 4 in the morning, leaving my children alone. But basically, my question is regarding the rent. Why are tenants forced to pay the rent, but we have no say in asking to fix the roof, fix the ceiling, fix the apartment? Recently, I had the ceiling kind of cave in my kitchen, and it destroyed all my things, destroyed my cups, my plates. Sigue, señora.
Sí. Oí decir aquí a un señor que le sobraba $100. Mire, a mí no me sobra nada. ¿Por qué? Porque trabajo como attender y me han quitado horas por lo mismo con esa cuestión del seguro de la salud, que no califican muchas personas adultas para seguir teniendo como attender. Entonces le quitan el trabajo, las horas a uno. ¿Qué hace uno con $200 que a mí me pagan en la semana por horas? ¿Yo qué hago con esos $200? O sea, uno como persona...
Un momento. So I heard a gentleman here say that he's only left with $100 after paying the rent. So the thing is, how are we supposed to do that? Even me as I'm left with nothing. Even me as a home attendant, my hours have been cut due to the situation with health insurance, that health insurance is not allowing people that need home attendants to actually have home attendants. So my hours are cut. They're taking my jobs. What am I supposed to do with $200 that I earn every week working a couple of hours?
Entonces ahora, debido a ese corte de hora de trabajo, me he atrasado de la renta y por un solo mes de renta, el landlord me llevó a la corte. Y cuando yo regresé para atrás y el landlord, el dueño, me visitó en mi apartamento y me dijo que por qué yo había llamado al 311 para reclamarle.
So now that my hours have been cut, I am a little behind on my rent. And just being behind on my rent by 1 month, the landlord took me to court. And then after that, the landlord actually visited me in my apartment and asked me why did I call 311 and file a complaint against him.
Entonces a uno le trata de intimidar el ando diciendo que por qué yo llamo al 311, porque cuando él me llevó a corte por el atraso de la renta, ahí en la corte me dijeron que si yo tenía algunas fallas o arreglos del apartamento y yo le di la lista de fallas de lo que tenía el apartamento. Si tenía algún arreglo era porque yo mismo de mi dinero he invertido ahí, he arreglado. Pero sin embargo el ando me dijo que no, que es falta de comunicación, que yo no debería llamar al ando sino comunicarme con el súper. Entonces yo le dije, sí, yo llamo al súper, llamo al ando, pero el ando cuando le llamo me asenta en el teléfono porque no tienen un intérprete, no hablan español. Entonces le digo, ¿cómo yo puedo comunicarme?
Un momento. So basically he tries to intimidate me by asking me why did I call 311 on him, whereas he took me to court because I was behind on my rent 1 month. So in court, they asked us if there were any repairs to be made, and I provided a list of repairs. And I also explained that whatever I had fixed in the apartment was something that I paid for, that I invested in. And then the landlord, he's telling me, no, our situation is that it's a lack of communication, that I can't just call the landlord, I should call the super. And I said, yeah, I call the super, I call the landlord. But then the situation is, you know, there's never an interpreter, there's no one that ever speaks Spanish.
If you could, ma'am.
Bueno, bueno, sí, me gustaría comentarles más, como les dije, pero yo quiero pedirles a cada uno de ustedes, yo sé que las historias de ustedes no se compara con muchos de nosotros de acá, porque ustedes quisiera viven en lo mejor. Tan solo que nos visitaran y entraran en un apartamento de nosotros para que vean cómo nosotros vivimos, así como nos exigen de la renta, así como nos exigen, nos humillan, pasamos a veces discriminación y así mismo exigimos que por favor se congele la renta, no nos cobren más y necesitamos de esos apartamentos también, supervisores que realmente nos chequeen, nos vean, hagan algo por nosotros, así como nosotros nos sacrificamos sacando a veces día y noche para pagar la renta. Hablo por mí, realmente yo en este país agradezco, sí, porque es un país de las oportunidades, pero sí también pido a ustedes, porque solo ustedes nos pueden a nosotros como nos pueden escuchar y nos pueden ayudar y hacer como nuestros representantes ayudar a nosotros. Así como necesitan nuestro voto, así necesitamos ayuda.
Okay, so basically, I'll get to that. Basically, all I'm asking you is to not only just listen to us, but because I know that your histories don't compare to our histories or our stories. But maybe the best thing would be for you to come and visit us and maybe stay in one of our apartments so you see how the other side lives. And also, you know, you're supposed to, and see that we deal with demands of rent and discrimination, on top of a bunch of other things. What we're asking for is for the rent to be frozen and maybe even for you guys or somebody to come and look in our apartments and see how we live and try to understand that we sacrifice ourselves sometimes day and night just to pay the rent. And the thing is that we ask you, maybe, you know, look in your hearts and vote, you know, for us at least once.
Gracias a toda la organización y gracias a todos por sacarnos. Gracias.
And thank you to everyone. Thank you to all the associations. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
I just want to quickly announce we have a couple more speakers, but at 7:30 I've been asked to announce a brief break. I understand there's some food available for everybody. So we'll take a brief break at 7:30 and then we'll reconvene shortly thereafter. But we have a couple more to go before we get there. Ernesto Vasquez, Michael Blake, and Ramon Catala.
Para los que no escucharon en español, el señor Apo indicó que vamos a tomar un descanso breve a las 7:30 de la noche. So, en unos minutitos más, 7:30, vamos a tomar un descanso. Gracias.
Buenas noches. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. ¿Qué queremos? ¡Que frise la renta! ¿Cuándo?
People united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
Me llamo Ernestina Vázquez, vivo en la 2260.
My name is Ms. Vasquez, and I live at 1272.
Me supongo que ustedes me han de conocer a mí,
I'm assuming
porque
you guys
cada
know
año
me
estoy aquí.
because I'm here every year.
Estamos luchando.
We are fighting.
¿No estamos luchando? ¿Qué es lo que queremos?
Aren't we
Queremos
fighting? What do we
justicia
want?
de renta.
Justice.
Ustedes se ven muy cómodos, muy
Y'all look really
tranquilos,
comfortable
sentadito ahí.
just sitting there.
Pero no saben lo que nosotros estamos pasando
But you don't know what we're going through
con nuestra familia
with our families,
en el apartamento.
in our apartments.
La renta sube y el pueblo sufre.
The rent goes up and people suffer.
Queremos que nos frise la renta.
We
Ahora.
want you to freeze the rent now.
Ya no podemos pagar la renta
We cannot pay rent
porque nuestros hijos son lo más importante.
because our children are more important.
Y vamos a seguir luchando cada año.
And we're going to keep fighting year after
Porque
year
nosotros también tenemos el poder.
because we
No
also
nomás
have the power,
ustedes.
not just you guys.
Han escuchado todos los testimonios de los compañeros
You have
del
heard all
pueblo
the testimony of our peers here, of the people that are
y
here,
nadie dice nada.
and no one says anything.
¿Qué es lo que ustedes quieren?
What do you
¿Que
all
duermamos
want?
en la calle?
For us to be homeless,
¿En los parques?
living in parks,
¿Sin ni un techo?
without a roof over our heads,
Mientras ustedes viven en una mansión elegante.
while y'all live in elegant mansions?
¿No les conmueve lo que nosotros estamos pasando?
Aren't you moved by what we're going through?
Lo que nosotros estamos viviendo en el apartamento,
What
si nos
we're-
vota o no.
What we're living in our apartments, whether we're kicked out or not?
Y por eso estamos aquí luchando y vamos a seguir luchando hasta el final.
And that's why we're
Porque
here
la casa
fighting.
tiene poder.
That's why we're here fighting, and we're going to continue fighting until the end because the people have the power.
Vamos a seguir luchando hasta poder que se frise la renta.
We're going to keep fighting until we're able to freeze the rent.
¿Ustedes qué piensan? ¿Que nosotros somos cucarachas?
What do you think, that we're cockroaches?
¿Que nosotros no valemos nada?
That
El
we-
pueblo vale más que ustedes.
That we're worthless? The people are worth more than you guys.
La voz del pueblo vale más que ustedes.
The people are worth more than you guys.
Y de mi parte, corre que yo voy a seguir luchando porque la casa tiene poder.
And believe me, we're going to keep fighting because the home is power.
Y no nos vamos a dejar como antes, que nos botaban como los perros a la calle.
It's not going to be like before where you would throw us out onto the streets like dogs.
Yo llegué a dormir en la calle, señores, en 2015.
And where we're
Con mis
sleeping,
hijas.
and I was sleeping in the streets with my children in 2015
Por $3,000
because $1,000
me botaron para la calle.
they threw me out into the street
Era un mes de diciembre.
right in the middle of December.
Y por eso yo me uní a la casa.
And that's why I
Yo
joined
antes era
CASA,
ignorante.
because
Yo
I'm
no
not
sabía
ignorant.
nada de leyes.
I didn't know anything about the law.
Pero nosotros ahora estamos aquí luchando por nuestros derechos. Porque nosotros sí exigimos nuestros derechos.
But
Y
now-
queremos que se frise la renta. ¿No quieren que se frise la renta? Sí, queremos que se frise la renta. Ahora que se frise la renta.
But now we're here fighting for our rights because we are demanding our rights and we want the rent frozen. Is that what we want? We want the rent frozen? We want it frozen now.
Y aquí estaremos año tras año, señores, senadores, o no sé quiénes son.
We are here year after year, ladies and gentlemen, whoever you are.
Luchando por nuestros derechos, luchando por nuestros hijos, luchando por el apartamento, luchando por todo encima de ustedes.
Fighting every year, year after year, for our rights, for our children, for our apartments, here with you guys.
Hasta aquí yo termino y quiero que sean conscientes
I'm gonna finish now, but I want you to be aware
que nosotros estamos sufriendo
that
y
we are
ustedes
suffering,
muy tranquilos ahí.
and you guys are just really relaxed there.
Nosotros estamos sufriendo y nuestra familia también,
We're suffering along with our families,
pero no le vamos a dar gusto ni a ustedes, ni al dueño, ni a nadie.
but we're not
Nosotros
gonna
vamos a
give you
luchar
the pleasure,
hasta el
not
final.
you guys, not
Gracias.
the landlord, nobody, but we're gonna keep fighting to the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Michael Blake, and after that, we're going to take a short break.
Good evening. And good evening to my fellow constituents. Good to see everyone. Let me state on the record, my name is Michael Blake. I had the honor of representing this community from 2014 to 2020. I am a Bronx native, grew up at 2095 Creston Avenue by Creston and Burnside. To the board, let us convey why there is the absolute necessity to freeze the rent and not have an increase. First, the true cost of living which we as New Yorkers voted on to actually understand not just the expenses for housing, but for groceries and transportation and childcare, that still has not been implemented by New York City by Mayor Adams. So right now, we actually don't know what everyone is facing every single day. Second, just earlier this year, it was stated that the Bronx poverty rate right now is 27.9%, greater and higher than anywhere else in New York City, where we still don't have a local median income. So the data is very clear. We are struggling more than anyone else. Why on earth would we have an increase? We have landlords that are not protecting us. We have landlords that are making more money but actually not actually addressing anything. And when you see what's happening, you're not just hearing people that are angry and upset because of what's happened for one day or 1 month. This has been decades of injustice happening for us in the Bronx. I come to you as someone that this is not just theoretical for me. My mama was homeless. She slept on church pews in Jamaica. We sold dinners to pay our rent in the Bronx. And I don't want anyone to think that just because I had the opportunity to represent and I wear a suit that I'm not struggling the same way everyone else in this room is saying right now. So what we're saying is that if we are to do what is right, give everyone the chance to actually stay in their homes. 1 out of 8 New York City students right now are homeless in our schools. And when we think about that, we naturally need you to appreciate that if you have an increase right now, more people will be homeless. More people will be struggling. I want us to internalize the magnitude of why this room is not packed to the rafters. Because you have people in the Bronx, the most diverse county in America, afraid to leave their homes right now. Because ICE is going around in unmarked vehicles, waiting for families to leave from their homes right now. While we've been in this room, we saw what happened in LA, where a United States senator was tackled to the ground. If it could happen to a US senator, it could happen to anyone in this room. So all that we are asking, the true cost of living has not been implemented. We know landlords have said they are going to get 12% of an increase. Protect our residents, protect the Bronx, protect New York City. Do not let this go forward right now. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I've just been told that the food is actually not here. So we'll keep going. Someone will let us know, and then we'll take a break. So why don't we keep going? Oh, yes. And I'll let the translator speak. But I also want to remind everybody that signing up closes at 8 p.m., so please be sure to sign up if you'd like to speak.
Damas y caballeros, les queremos recordar que la hora límite para ustedes apuntarse para poder declarar ante la Junta es a las 8 de la noche, o sea, en 30 minutos. Si aún no lo han hecho, por favor, pasen a la mesa de inscripción que está afuera. Apúntense para poder declarar aquí ante la Junta. Gracias.
Thank you. Let me call a few more names and we'll need translation for Ramona Catala, Derek Miles, and Sarah Delaney. Ramon Catala.
Mi nombre es Ramón Catala. Yo regresé a Catala.
My name is Ramon Catala.
Okay, me voy a Catala. I prefer
Caballero,
to speak
acérquese al
Spanish.
micrófono.
Okay?
Acérquese al micrófono porque no le escucho.
¿Aquí?
Sí.
Ok. Yo también vivo en un edificio de renta estabilizada.
I also live in a rent-stabilized building.
Ah. Como ustedes saben, cuando Di Blasio cogió esta administración, Di Blasio
As you
fue
know,
el alcalde,
when de Blasio was mayor,
tomó esta administración, los primeros 2 años,
his first 2 years,
conseguimos en el 15-16 una reducción de renta.
we were actually able to get a rent reduction at 15-16.
Los aumentos después no fueron tan altos.
The increases thereafter obviously were not that high.
Cuando él terminó su término de ser alcalde,
When he finished his term as mayor, however,
yo también voté por Eric Adams.
I also voted for Adams.
Ajá. Ahí empezó un rompecabezas para los inquilinos del Bronx.
And this is where the headache started for the tenants in the Bronx.
Aumentos de rentas descontrolados, demasiado altos.
Rent increases with no controls. They were too
Ajá.
high.
Él sabe que en Washington hay un presidente.
He knows there's a new president in Washington.
En Albany hay un alcalde o
And in
un
Albany-
gobernador.
And in Albany, there's a governor.
Él es el alcalde de New York City. Él está supuesto a estar con nosotros aquí
He's
todo
the
el
mayor
tiempo,
for New York City. He's supposed to back us
protegiéndonos,
up, protecting
especialmente
us,
de los acosos de los landlords.
and protecting us against harassment from landlords.
Él nunca lo hizo.
He never did that.
Ustedes no saben lo que pasan los inquilinos
You know that as well, but of course, tenants
que cogen guaguas y trenes
take buses and
para
subways
ir a trabajar y mantener una familia de 3 o 4 familias
to go work and take care of a family of 3 or 4 members,
ganándose 15 pesos la hora.
making $15 an hour.
Eso les quiero decir que si ponen otro aumento de renta,
And I'm here to say that if you make
eso
another
es un
increase,
crimen
that
para
would be
los
a crime
inquilinos que vivimos en estos edificios de renta estabilizada.
for those of us that live in stabilized rent buildings.
Usted oyeron lo que estaba pasando, ese Tenant, la señora hablando ahorita.
You heard what the last lady was saying.
Es un crimen si ponen otro aumento de renta,
It's a crime if another increase goes through,
especialmente para esta gente en el Bronx,
especially for these people
que
living
se
in the
ganan
Bronx.
15 de la hora. Los aumentos que ellos nos han hecho a nosotros, nos han ofrecido, son para la gente que vive en Long Island
The increases
o en New Jersey,
that they've
que tienen
made
buenos trabajos.
for us are for people who live out in Jersey or Long Island that had very good paying jobs.
Bueno, ustedes mismos, los que están al frente de nosotros,
Well, you yourselves who are
están
before
viendo
us
como está el Bronx,
see
el
what the
último
Bronx
borough
is like. It's the last borough
que lo están construyendo. Los edificios no sirven.
where
y
the buildings are no
olvídate,
good.
Ya no, ustedes saben como de ratas por donde quieras y todo.
They're filled with vermin.
Le estamos pidiendo
But we're
a
asking you,
ustedes que saben lo que está pasando aquí en Bronx,
who know what's happening here in the Bronx,
que por favor
to please
nos den ahora una reducción de renta,
to give us a rent rollback,
porque los inquilinos de Bronx se lo merecen,
because the tenants in the Bronx deserve that.
porque el alcalde Adam se olvidó de nosotros,
Because Mayor Adams has completely forgotten us.
pero ustedes,
But you,
todos juntos trabajando juntos con nosotros,
if we work together,
podemos conseguir una reducción de renta para todos los inquilinos, especialmente del Bronx.
are able to get a rent rollback, especially for Bronx residents.
Ok, muy buenas tardes a todos.
Thank you very
Y
much.
gracias por oírme.
Have a good night and thank you for listening.
Y esperemos que nos den una sesión de renta.
And I hope that you give us a rent rollback.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Muchas
Thank you.
gracias, caballero.
Derek Miles. Sarah Delaney after Derek. If Derek Miles here? Thank you. If he does come, why don't we, Ms. Delaney, I know you're, please come on up. And Michael Ross, followed by Michael Ross. Please, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Delaney, and I'm here with CASA right now. I'm here as a tenant myself. So there's one thing that I just want to start off saying, that real estate is known as the gift that keeps on giving. Anybody that has a house always says that. Anybody that owns land, owns real estate, always says, get real estate. Real estate is the gift that keeps on giving. And it does, but it takes away, you're getting the money from other sources that many times people can't hold. One thing that people cannot continue, I should say. So one thing that I wanted to bring up is that the NOI, which is the net operating income, is what is determined how the landlords get their profits, right? So the NOI right now I just want to make sure I'm saying this clear. The DHCR will give you 5%, and they have the authority to increase on top of any rent laws to make up for your losses if you are a landlord that is claiming losses, okay? And that's from New York State. The New York City Department of Finance will give you a tax credit that's equal to 5% of your losses if you are claiming losses. The only thing that you have to do is open up your books to prove that you're losing, okay? But since 2005, only 5 landlords have done that. 5 landlords, and all of those 5 all had less than 10 apartments, 10 units. And out of those 5, only 2 were granted that 5% increase. The other 3 still could not explain with their books. So if we say that the real estate the real estate business is making a 12% increase, 12% profit increase, most return on interest, the ROIs on most stocks are not 12%. If you're getting 12% ROI, you're doing really well. That's not normal for Wall Street. So how is it every year that the rent profits keep going up for real estate, but they keep saying they don't make money? I don't understand that. Even our esteemed Mayor Adams, who is a landlord, he never applied for any of these abatements, for these increases, nothing. And I don't think he's willing to open up his books either. So one other thing that I have to mention is that our former mayor, our former Governor Cuomo, he made a statement that he regretted signing the 2019 laws, the rent stabilization laws. So what is that saying if he gets elected now? We're not talking about elections, but we're just talking about the type of people who are going to make the decisions in our lives. So we have to vote for people who hold our best interests at heart. We need a mayor who is a mayor for all New Yorkers, not just some, okay? So everyone should vote with your hearts. Vote with the facts. The heart is what you feel when you're living in your house and the sewage is backing up in your apartment. The sewage is coming up in your drains. When the crazy people living in the hallways, when your house hasn't been painted in 17 years, this is what we deal with on a daily basis. So vote for the people that are going to hold your best interests at heart. We also have to say something, I need to say this, that the Bronx at this point in time, all through New York, is overwhelmed and underserved. That means all of these high apartment buildings that are going up, 18, 20 floors, where are all the services that are going to serve these people that are being pumped into our neighborhoods? Okay, the same hospitals, the same stores, the same schools. How are we going to service it? If we have to wait on lines now to get services, what's going to happen when these people come in? They're making room for these people because they want us out. And at the same time, nothing is happening for us. When you look at the lines going around the rent court, they go wrap around the block. Wrap around the block. The Bronx is the last frontier for gentrification in New York City, okay? What's happening is the right to counsel, no right to counsel, warp speed evictions. No more warp speed evictions. The Bronx has the highest amount of evictions in New York City right now, and this is because they need us to leave so people can come in to take the places of the people that are living here. It's not supposed to be made better for others, and people who have been here for decades don't enjoy the same quality. All right? You can't do that. And it's about time that no more making money off the backs of the working class and the poor. This does not make sense, it's not right, and it's inconceivable that people think in this day and time that they still have the ability to do so, and that we will be complacent and will not stand up. 70% of New Yorkers are tenants. So tenants have power. We do have power. And we're demanding a rent freeze right now. Rent freeze New York. Rent freeze NYC. Roll back. Rent freeze NYC. It's not the first time. It's not the second time. And it won't be the last time that it's done. So please, think about what you're doing. When you put your children to bed at night in a nice, clean, warm home, think about us out here. And these are working class people. Make sure that the affordable housing is truly affordable. No more affordable housing. 70,000 for one bedroom. No, sir. No, sir. It's not right. And we're not standing for it. So is anybody with me for a rent freeze New York City? Rent freeze New York City. The people united will never be defeated. So continue to stand up and don't give up. No matter what they say, no matter what they do. Keep fighting.
Thank you, ma'am. Michael Ross, Andre Walters, and Maria Suero. Michael Ross, please. He had to leave? All right, so we'll move. Andre Walters? Oh, you are, okay. Thank you, sir. Please.
No justice? No justice? What do we want? What do we want? And when do we want it? When do we want it? Thank you very much. I would like to first say thank you to the board for coming out tonight and being here and listening to our concerns. I would like to thank CASA for all you coming out. Give yourselves a round of applause. I'd also like to thank the elected officials who came out and the candidates who are running for office for coming out tonight. Let's give them also a round of applause. I am going to try to be as brief as possible. I am a member and former youth director of the National Action Network underneath the leadership of the Reverend Al Sharpton. I'm also a former director of constituent affairs for one New York State Senator and 2 New York City Council members. I come before you as a great-great-great-grandson of a property owner / landlord. I don't particularly like to use the term, and he owned property in the 1920s right here in New York City. I don't like the term landlords because the term landlords give these individuals the idea that they are lords, not over the land, but over the tenants as well. So we need to refer to them as rental property owners more so than landlords. Secondly, when we use the term rental property owners, it puts them in the proper position because that's exactly what they are, rental property owners. They are renting property for profit. Many of the rental property owners treat us tenants as if we're living in their private dwellings, as if we're living in their homes, as if they are paying us to live there when in fact we are paying them to live in their rental properties. And so therefore there is a sense of entitlement as it pertains to accessing individuals' apartments with or without permission, with need or without need. I am a victim of a rental property owner that goes by the name of Yishiel Weinberger, who is the head of Kingsthorne LLC and Estuary Realty. Now, I'm going to be as brief as I can. I and my family have lived in our building since 1978. My family has lived on my block in a total of over 80 years, from my grandmother to her mother, to my father, to my father's mother, from my mother's mother, and beyond. My aunts, my family all grew up in the neighborhood. Now, Mr. Yishiel Weinberger took over the property in 2016 from John Sheen Jr. Congo Equities, who are also slumlords. Unfortunately, the father had passed away, but when he was alive and was managing and owned the property, we had no problems. Where I lived was a safe haven. As a child growing up, there was no other place I had rather be. I had the opportunity to move out of states and even in luxury apartments, but there was no place like home, living across the street from Montefiore Hospital. But when Yishiel Weinberger took over this property, who is known on the New York City Public Advocates list since 2016 for being the third worst rental property owner slumlord in New York City. It's the truth. Now, mind you, he took over the property, and when he came and introduced himself to myself and all the other tenants in the building, he said, "Wow, look at these conditions, they're horrible." I said, "Yeah, they are." He made me feel real good and comfortable after meeting him that conditions would improve. I honestly believed the conditions were going to be improved. I was forced to live in slum-like conditions in a place that I've lived my entire life. We've never lived like that. We didn't have rats, we didn't have roaches, we didn't have infestations of spiders and centipedes and all these other things. And so to try to move forward, I was under the impression that things were going to get better. But unfortunately, what happened? Things got worse. Not only did they get worse, but as I would try to ask him to come out to the apartment and look at the repairs and make the repairs, he was not willing to do so. So what did I have to do? I had to go to 167th Street, file an order to show cause for repairs.
If you could, sir.
Yeah, well, I will, sir. The bottom line is, for the last 10 years, I have been in housing court with Yishiel Weinberger. Okay, I've got 3 or 4 interim orders to correct. I have gotten 3 orders to correct since 2021, and to date, he is in non-compliance and is facing fines, penalties, and possible imprisonment, and he's also in contempt of court. I have given him multiple opportunities, as well as Section 8, as well as HPD, as well as the Department of Buildings, much time to correct the conditions. But again, to date, he still refused to do so. I'm in court. This man, and I'm going to be as brief as I can, but I must say what I have to say. This man, on 3 different occasions, falsely made claims to the FDNY and 911 that there was a sick individual inside that needed assistance, as well as there were multiple leaks. 3 times I was not home and my door was kicked in by FDNY. Just 2 days ago, I got a bang at the door twice in 1 month at 3 o'clock in the morning, alleging that there was water leaking into the basement. Thank God I was home that night to let them in, and FDNY came in, and it's on video that there's absolutely no water, no damage, anything like that going on or taking place. But yet this man still continues to do things such. Okay, I am. I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Thank you.
But the bottom line is, this man has put me in danger, okay, forced me to live in slum-like conditions, and what adds insult to injury is he said that he refuses to make any repairs unless 311 was called. Now he wants to sue me and put me in court as a holdover, saying I'm a nuisance tenant because I called 311, but yet he said he refuses to make any repairs unless there's a violation. Now, back in the day, we was able to call our rental property owners and say, come on out, take a look at what repairs need to be, and we didn't have no issues. We didn't have to get nobody else involved, no fines, no penalties, or nothing. But yet this man forces me to go to court and call 311 on him. Sir. Okay, so I say that to say that by you voting, by you voting to increase the rent, excuse me, I'm gonna get off the mic. By you allowing the rent increase to take place, that is rewarding him and people like him for their bad behavior. Okay, this man is currently in contempt of court and is in non-compliance of over 3 interim orders and 2 orders to correct, in which I have to go back to court next month to deal with. Now, I'm not the only one facing it.
I'm gonna have to call other people,
I'm not
sir,
the
if
only
you
one
can.
facing this, and if you, please, I urge each and every one of you to
We've
come to
heard-
the courthouse on
we've heard what you
161st,
said, sir.
on 167th Street, and sit in the gallery and listen to the many stories of the tenants who are being harassed and forced to live in slum-like conditions, because it's not just me, there are hundreds of people. And what I don't understand and I'm baffled about is it's the same judges, it's the same lawyers, it's the same attorneys representing the tenants and representing the landlord, rental property owners that hear these stories. So why is it that the city, the state, and the courts are allowing these individuals to get away with it? And what adds insult to injury is you all keep allowing them to take approving rent increases. This
We
is
have many other folks who want to speak,
is a
sir.
reward
Sir?
for bad behavior, and I just beg and I plead with you to hear the cries of the people of New York City and freeze the rent. I thank you very much, and you have a great afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Maria Suero, Jareen Samuel, and Ernest Waters. Maria Suero, I believe we need translation. We'll get him a mic then if he's, yeah, we have a roving mic for him.
María Suero. ¿Quién es María Suero?
Ms. Suero. Please, ma'am.
Señora, puede empezar.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Suero.
Good
Vivo en
evening,
el
my name is
975
María Suero.
Vivo en el 975 de Walton Avenue y estoy aquí con casa, soy miembro.
I live at 975 Walton Avenue and I'm here with Casa. I am a member.
Sí, estoy aquí como los demás compañeros y la mayoría de aquí del Bronx que necesitamos que nos frisen la renta porque es demasiada alta.
I am here along with my peers and like representing the majority of the Bronx that we want the rent to be frozen because we can't take this anymore.
Como les repito, es demasiado alto el costo de la vida, las comidas, la renta, los teléfonos, todo está aumentando. Y si el seguro social aumenta $1, $2, los caseros nos aumentan mucho más.
And like I said, everything is going up. The cost of living is going up. Food is up. Rent is up. Telephone costs are up. And with Social Security, you know, that they're increasing it $1 or $2, but the landlords are increasing the rent by many dollars.
Soy una persona ya retirada con 69 años y tengo que seguir trabajando para completar mi renta. Yo tengo días que no me quiero levantar, no tengo fuerzas.
I am 69 years old and I am a retired individual, but I have to continue working just to be able to complete my rent payment. There are days when I don't even want to get up out of bed because I'm so exhausted.
Así que le pido que para este final de mes, que va a ser el turno de ustedes, para decidir si nos van a frizar la renta, que es lo que queremos, solamente por 4 años por el momento, a ver si nosotros podemos seguir adelante.
So I'm just asking that at the end of the month, it is then your turn, and I'm asking you to freeze the rent, which is what we want, and it's just for about 4 years, just to have the opportunity to just progress a little.
El dinero que produzco no me alcanza ni para comprar comida. Yo tengo que ir de supermercado en supermercado a ver dónde están los especiales.
The money that I earn is not enough for me to even buy food. So I have to go to different supermarkets because I need to see what the specials are.
Yo espero que esta noche ustedes pongan su mano derecha en su corazón y ojalá que Dios lo toque. No se dejen guiar de Satanás, porque Satanás es el dueño del dinero.
I hope that this evening you put your hands on your heart and that God touches you, and for you to follow that path and not the path of the devil, because the devil is only dealing with money.
Recuerden que con la vara que ustedes nos miden a nosotros, los pobres, con esa misma vara los medirá el Señor Dios, que ustedes creo que creen en Él. Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
So with that same eye, please look at us, the poor, like working class individuals. But I hope that God listens to us, and I wish you, and you, hopefully you believe in him, and I wish you all a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Jareen Samuel. Ernest Waters. I think we heard Mr. Waters is not here. Oh, he is. I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Waters. And then Gordon Lee. So, Ms. Samuel, please.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon. Good evening. All of these people come here and they pour their hearts out. Do y'all ever get together and go to these people, our apartments, so y'all could see that we're telling the truth? See what's happening and talk to the landlord, so you'll know that we don't just get on the mic and say something that's not true. Because every time when we get on the mic and we pour our hearts out, after we finish and it goes all around, you'll still make your own decisions like you want to make it. But the people that are pouring their hearts out still have to deal with the situation of no lights, rent, the elevator's broken, can't get up and down the stairs because it's broken. Sometimes you're elderly. And all of this stuff needs to be addressed. Then when you go up on the rent, all of that stuff that should be addressed is still not addressed. And if we don't get no raise in our pockets to equal the rent that you're raising, how are we going to pay you? Now, if your rent is, say for instance, $600, $800 or whatever, and then they go up on your rent, maybe $100, $75, now you're in the hole because you're saying, should I buy medicine or should I pay the extra money that I would use for medicine for rent? So, you know, sympathy, that's all we're asking for. Sympathy, that's all we're asking for. See, now all of y'all sit there at the table and everybody's comfortable, but take and two of you go to somebody's apartment. Then when you go to their apartment, go to another apartment. So you can see for yourself, and then you'll know that what you hear is not a lie. And that all these people are struggling just to make ends meet and for things to go on like they're going. Because nobody is caring. So if nobody's caring and we're all fighting, we're fighting for a common cause. And we're only fighting because it's true and what we need. Now, you got to remember one thing. That if you go and you look at the apartments, the elevators and stuff, because there got to be a complaint board. Got to be somebody, and it's not biased where it's the lawyer is the lawyer for the tenant and the lawyer for the landlord. Come on, that's not right. That's a conflict of interest. And then we lose out because we tell the truth. And then they fake it and everybody believes them, and we're still out there in the dark or whatever happens to us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Samuel, I apologize. Please. And followed by Gordon Lee.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Samuel. I live at 1230 Woody Crest Avenue. All winter I had no heat, and this landlord is always demanding rent. I pay my rent usually every month. I pay my rent, but I don't want to pay my rent, and he doesn't do repairs. I have a lot of repairs that need to be done in my apartment, And it's not just me. I'm talking about all the tenants in my building have problems with this landlord. And something needs to be done. These slumlords don't need to be owning any buildings. They need to kick them out of New York City. If you're a slumlord, you don't need to own a building. You don't need to own no buildings. There needs to be something, a law, that if you're a slumlord, you cannot own a building. It's getting ridiculous now. It's getting really ridiculous. I work hard every day for my money. And I don't need to be giving my money to a landlord that's a slumlord. If he was fixing things and doing things like he should be, I wouldn't have any problem. But it's not just me, it's everybody in my building. He's not doing any repairs. Nothing. Nothing. He's not doing any repairs. He's not, no heat. All winter had no heat. This is every year after year, he doesn't give any heat. And why should I pay him? I had rats. I had roaches in my apartment. I mean, I'm the one that has to take care of it. I have to put things in my apartment to keep them from coming in my apartment. I got to do this work to keep the rats and the roaches from coming in my apartment. They don't do anything. If they do anything, the little bit they do, don't help. And I'm tired of living in these conditions. They don't need to be landlords. If they're going to be slumlords, they don't need to be landlords. It need to be a law to kick them from owning any buildings if they're a slumlord. And that's why people don't want to pay their rent. Now they say my landlord doesn't own the building no more. The bank owns the building. But he's still asking for rent. Why? You don't own the building, but you still asking for rent. Then something needs to be done. How could you guys sit there and don't have empathy for the people here? Don't have nothing, don't have no feelings for the people here. All you feel for is landlords. You don't feel nothing for these people here. How could you sit there and do that? I don't understand it. I have a heart for people. I work, and when I work, I have a heart for the people I serve. How could you not have no feelings for people? You should be ashamed of yourself. And I mean ashamed of yourself. And all else I want to say is think about what we said. Give a rent freeze. We need a rent freeze. We need to help the people, me and all the other tenants, everybody here that needs help. Because a lot of people can't even afford this rent, and they want to raise the rent. It's ridiculous. You're going to raise the rent, and you're not doing nothing for the tenants and nothing for the building. It makes no sense, absolutely no sense. Okay, that's all I want to say. Have a good night, and think about what I said.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Lee, followed by Delroy Askins and Aurelia Bermudez. Sorry. Mr. Lee. Oh, sure. Delroy Askins, Aurelio Bermudez. No, just those two for now. We'll get to. We have another 30 or so speakers. We're going to try to get to everybody. Sir.
Yes. Good night, everyone. Some of you might know me. My name is Gordon Lee from East Flatbush, Brooklyn Village, Brooklyn King County, New York City, New York. But you can also call me God. I'm with groups, activist groups all across the country because I want to fight for causes nobody can live without. And I was one of the newborns under the Nixon presidency in June of 23rd, 1973. And I am also here to ask for rent freeze, and when needed, if it comes down to it, I am also here to demand, that you cancel rent when needed. If there's a pandemic and we can't go to work to make money to pay the rent, we need rent cancellation because we can't pay rent without going to work and making money. And I know Andrew Cuomo is running for mayor. I remember what he did when he was the governor, when the pandemic was going on. He called, and other leaders called the social distancing order, meaning stay home, don't even go to work, and bother trying to make money to pay rent. But we still had to make money to pay the rent, and we can still get evicted. Fuck rape! How are we going to pay rent if we can't go to work to make money to pay it? I am not patient with people who make demands of me that I can't pay rent! I give us a rent freeze! And we can't earn our way at the cost of living is gonna go up forever, and our income is gonna go down forever. And just for that, I'm gonna do just what I wanna do. Again, rent freeze. And you know why. I think everybody remembers what happened when Andrew Cuomo was the governor and the pandemic was going on. They literally want us to stay home from work, wait till we get fired, lose our job, don't bother to go to work to make money to pay the rent, but we still want to pay the rent. It sounds like they're trying to say that we're magicians and miracle workers. How are we supposed to pay rent if we're not allowed to go to work and make money? And I'm also yelling at Mayor Adams,
Mr. Lee.
which also should not surprise anyone. He really must resign. And not just Mayor Adams, but anyone at all similar to him. Yeah, anyone at all similar to him. As you know, we can't have a cost of living that's affordable. We're begging for it. Of course, that's the only way we could earn our living if it's affordable. Something else I'll never forget. Mayor Adams, people similar to him, literally said to us...
If you could wrap it up, sir, please.
Yes, I'll wrap it up in a few minutes. People have told us that we should have an unaffordable cost of living because we have to earn our way. If we get service that we have to pay, that means it shouldn't be affordable either. And they talked as though free and affordable are the same thing, and it shouldn't be affordable either. All right, good night, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Delroy Atkins, Aurelia Bermendez, sorry.
How you doing? My name
Iris
is
Ramirez.
Askins, and I want to say...
I'm sorry, who? Oh, I'm sorry. It's hard to see. Oh, please, sir.
So I'm Delroy Askins.
Please.
Casa! Yeah, I'm always encouraged by CASA because CASA just dedicate their time year after year to keep elderly, seniors, and people who are falling under various situations in their apartment. And I'm always encouraged by that. And I'm asking the Rent Guidelines Board to do what everyone here was requesting you guys to do, even though it may be perceived that you guys are listening but not really paying us too much attention. I really do believe that from your expressions, you understand what's going on. You know what you guys need to do besides whatever the bureaucracy may want you guys to do, but y'all have all the powers in y'all hand. And I really believe that if y'all just do what y'all actually feel, that y'all can make everything happen for what the request is going forward with the rent freeze. So we just asking you to just do what your heart is actually telling you to do, and just move forward, because we know that it ain't only about the rent, but it's all about the additional things that comes with living, the groceries, taking care of your loved ones and things like that. And I truly believe that if y'all really pay attention to what you guys heard from our elected officials, from CASA members who week after week after week after week is going out there to keep people in their apartment from being evicted, and providing them with legal services to help them fight the fight, because when we fight, and we know that because you guys are gonna do what y'all are actually feeling, we will win. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bernandez, please.
Casa.
Please.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Aurelia Bernardes. Aurelia Bernardes.
My name is Aurelia Bernardes.
Ya. Ajá. La razón que quiero dialogar mi situación.
The reason why I'd like to tell you about my
Yo
situation,
vivo en el 1245 de Phelan Avenue,
I live at 1245 Phelan Avenue,
apartamento 3C.
apartment 3C.
Y la razón, yo estoy viviendo en una situación algo complicado para mí.
And I'm currently living in a very difficult predicament.
Yo estoy viviendo en ese apartamento desde el 2022 por el motivo de que mi hija se enfermó.
I've been living in this apartment since 2022, since my daughter became ill.
Y yo me pasé a vivir a cuidar a mi hija yendo con ella en las terapias, en las quimioterapias, pero
And I started tending to my daughter and accompanying her to chemotherapy sessions.
da la casualidad que ella murió.
But it just so happens that she passed away.
Entonces, ella dejó el lease a nombre de su hija que se llama Yasmin.
And she left the lease under her daughter Yasmin's name.
Cuando mi hija murió, viajé con ella a enterrarla en mi país.
When my daughter passed away, I took her to bury her in our country.
Y cuando yo regresé, ya no encontré a mi nieta en el apartamento. Esa muchacha se fue a otro estado y le llegó el tiempo de que ella tenía que firmar el lease. Se habló con ella para que ella viniera a firmar el lease. Hágalo, aunque no sea por usted, hágalo por tu abuelita. Pero esa muchacha nunca vino para que firmara el lease.
When I came back, my granddaughter was nowhere to be found, and I begged and pled for her to come back to sign the lease. She never came back. She moved to another state, in fact.
Entonces, como yo no sabía para dónde vivir, para dónde irme, yo continué viviendo en ese apartamento hasta el sol de hoy, y da la razón de que yo estuve yendo a la corte para que me pudieran resolver el problema, para que me pudieran dar el lease por mi nombre, y hasta el sol de hoy no me lo han dado. Más bien, ellos quieren, como hay una cuenta como acumulado, porque
segundo,
nunca recibí
Señora, un segundo, por
nunca
favor.
recibí recibos de pago hasta el sol de hoy.
Until today, I've been going to court to try and see if I can get the lease under my name. I'm still in the apartment to this day, and apparently my rent is being held in some sort of escrow account until my name shows up on the lease.
Entonces, tengo un legal aid, pero no me están ayudando, porque ahora mismo quieren que yo pague $1,360. Y ese dinero no lo tengo porque yo soy una persona que yo ya no trabajo, soy una persona de 72 años y yo solo recibo mi seguro social, es el único que yo recibo.
I'm 72 years old, I don't work anymore, I'm on Social Security, obviously a fixed income, and I'm being asked to pay $1,360. I have a legal aid trying to help me with this, but there's no way that I can come up with this money.
Entonces, en vez de ayudarme, más bien para el día 16, que es el último día que me dan, ellos quieren porque yo hablé con el legal aid ayer y él me dijo que lo que tengo que hacer, que tengo que esperar un desalojo, que me van a mandar una carta para desalojarme. Yo no estoy para eso porque no sé para dónde ir.
I need help, and they've given me until the 16th, and the legal aid said that I have to wait for an eviction notice. I don't really want to deal with this situation. I'm an elderly woman and I shouldn't have to deal with this.
Eso me tiene preocupada a mí, porque la verdad yo no sé para dónde ir.
And I'm very worried because I don't know where to go. I don't know where to turn to.
Y yo quisiera que si me pudieran ayudarme en nombre de Dios, que me ayudaran.
If someone could help me in the name of God,
sola,
because
soy
I'm by
una
myself.
persona sola.
I'm all
Así
by
como
myself.
me miran aquí parada, a mí se me han muerto mis hijos.
You
Solo
see
me
me here,
queda un hijo.
but all of my children have passed away. I only have one child
Solo me
left.
queda un hijo.
Only one
Se
child
me
is
han
still
muerto
alive.
mis hijos.
All
Mi
of my
esposo
children,
murió,
my
mis
husband
hijos
passed
se me
away,
mueren.
my children
Hace
have passed
como una
away.
semana
About a week
murió
ago,
un nieto mío de un accidente, un niño de 14
one of
años.
my grandchildren passed away. He was 14 and died in an
Yo
accident.
quisiera que me ayudaran para que no me
Please help me
desalojen,
so that I am not evicted.
porque no tengo poder para pagar eso. Yo ya no trabajo.
I
La
no longer
realidad,
work
ya
and
no
I don't have the
trabajo.
means to pay that.
Soy una persona de 72 años. No ha sido tan fácil para mí. Yo necesito esa ayuda. Yo
I
lo
need help.
necesito en verdad. Yo lo necesito. Soy sola.
I'm all by
Todo
myself.
ese tiempo que yo he estado yendo a la corte, no tengo compañía. Yo sola me he estado enfrentando
I
en
have no
nombre de
one
Jesús,
to
en
accompany
nombre
me to
de
the court.
Dios.
Only God and Jesus
me
will
da
accompany
fuerza
me.
con el que pido
They are the ones that fuel me and give me the
Pueden
strength.
ayudarme,
If
ayúdenme,
you could
por
please help
favor,
me,
que yo
please
lo
help me.
necesito en
Because I do
verdad.
need the help.
En nombre de Dios.
In the name of God.
Y gracias, solo eso le digo. Solo eso le digo. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Gracias, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Thank you so very much and have a good evening.
Iris Ramirez, Ebeter Guerrero. Iris? Is she here? All right, we'll hold off and come back to her when she's here. Ebeter Guerrero, please. Martha Bryant and Migdala Cortez. Mr. Guerrero, please.
All right. So my name is AB. I've grown up all my life in New York City. 25 years of my life I've been in Harlem. I went to undergrad for psychology, got a minor in criminology, and did my master's in mental health counseling. I did all of this to serve my community and my people, black and brown people in my community that I was raised around. I realized when I finished these things, I was displaced out of my community. I could no longer live in Harlem because the rent was too high. I was not afforded the opportunity to serve my own community and give back to the kids and the people around me who need it and deserve it. I had to move to the Bronx, and I appreciate that and I love that because I had a home somewhere else. But not many other people have the option that I have. Some people just have to move away. I realized with these rent hikes that, the Bronx is the last frontier, as somebody else said before. After the Bronx, there's nowhere else to go. New York is the ecosystem where You know, we rely on public transportation. We rely on so many things that the city gives us. So it's going to be really hard for us to survive in a different place. This is the environment that we thrive in. We're New Yorkers. I realize that gentrification is exacerbating the displacement of the people that make New York, New York. We are New Yorkers for a certain reason. We are the people from here. So we are building a community in a city that's not for New Yorkers, but who is it for? Who are we trying to serve? You are all up here for a reason, right? You have been placed here for the people. If not, then I don't understand what's the role that you play. My job is a clinician. I give mental health services to kids in the area. I've given services to kids in the South Bronx. Right now, I give services to the migrant community that, they don't have people here who can take care of them, so they come under my service. A lot of the problems are exacerbated by knowing that when they hit 18 years old, they're not gonna have a place to go. They're gonna be on the streets. So I'm looking at the very people here who make rent so unattainable that they're gonna have, adolescents on the street. They're not gonna have a place to go. So in my therapy sessions, I know that the people that affect those things are these people right here. And I'm pretty sure that, everybody here is pretty well off, right? You don't gotta worry about where you're gonna sleep. You don't gotta worry about those things. And I'm pretty sure you go to therapy yourself. Somebody up here goes to therapy. So while you go to therapy for your problems, the very problems that I'm helping my clients with is the problem up here of people not getting the services that they need. We have to fix this problem, and you have the ability to do that. I really believe that somebody up here is thinking the right way, that they want to help the Bronx. They want to help New York. You have the ability to do that. And I really hope that, you go home and you think about this. It's not just about housing, it's about mental health. These two things correlate with each other. And I hope you really think about this. Mental health is important, housing is important, and you have the ability and you have the power to change these things and affect this in a really positive way. That's all I had to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Martha Bryant. Martha Bryant. Migdala Cortez. Linda Seward. We do have the roving microphone. Anybody who wants that, we can use that as well. Apologize.
Thank you.
Migdalia.
After all, if I make a mistake on your name, I would say, pardon me, and I would correct myself. I happen to be 61. It's a beautiful thing to acknowledge when we're doing something not right. This is what we're talking about here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know you gotta have a conscience. I know you gotta feel for a second the tug in your heart. I'm a senior. I was in housing court. It's a horrible feeling. It gets to every part of your body, your mind. You can't sleep at night. 30 years in my building, okay? My landlord was a good man. I loved him. He was fair. He did repairs. Now I have one. You know what that means? Hard. What are we talking about here, folks? To be kind, to be considerate, to be mindful of what these people are suffering? This is human suffering. This could be you. One day you could have something and lose it. Think about it. It could be you. I contribute to my building. I love my community. My new landlord, although he is what he is, he wants the money, the money, the money. But you know what? I still pick up the piece of paper. I still help my neighbor. Okay? This is the person that I am, and I think you were raised better than just turning your backs. I think you were raised better than have no conscience. All we're asking is for a rent freeze when we really deserve, let's be honest. We really deserve for the rent to freeze for a few years. We're just trying to exist and survive. This is not a gift. This is a relief. a relief. Come on, do you see what's happening? I have to worry about my Medicaid. I have to worry about my food stamps. And by the way, I'm a single parent. My mother was a single parent. Unfortunately, I'm sure if we canvass a lot of people here came from single parents. It's a struggle. The struggle is real, sir, ma'am. Please, make sure you lay down tonight and say, I did the right thing. That's all we're asking for. Walk in our shoes, for heaven's sake. Let it be said that this board did the right thing. Let it be said, please. I heard over and over, it's my first time testifying. I've gone to City Hall for different matters as well. But how many people have come here? Let it be said that today you're going to do the right thing. That's all we ask. We're not telling you to give us bonuses. Come on. When is greed enough? Please ask yourself that. We all live better when we all are safe. Our families are protected. No one should have to go through this, for God's sakes. This woman had a stroke, caring for the elderly. I had to worry. I had cataracts. Oh my God, is he going to take my Medicaid? We are stressed out. Please give us some relief in the name of Jesus. Or whatever belief you have, but we are human beings, please. God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you. Linda Seward. Myra, it's hard to read it. Letta. Emilio Jimenez. Linda Seward.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Miss. Please.
Good evening. Tenants are here tonight pouring their hearts out because we cannot afford a rent increase. Please, please pay attention. The landlord's profit is supposed to be 12%, but probably much higher, and they are not maintaining their properties. You, as the Rent Guideline Board, have you pulled the 311 logs to see how many times the tenants have called 311 and the reason why? No heat. The reason why we had so many fires in the wintertime. People need to be warm. No hot water. Lukewarm water is not acceptable. Broken elevators. Last year for my building on the concourse, we were out for 7 weeks. And now, again, we're out 2 weeks. We have rodents, pipes bursting, ceilings collapsing with people in their bathrooms and in their bedrooms, leaving big holes. And they need to be repaired. The majority of the tenants here tonight are paying 30 to 40% of their income. And this is what we have to live with. Have you visited any of the boroughs to see how people are living? Not all evicted families end up in shelters. Some are living on the streets. Some are living in the train stations. Some are living in hallways. We need a rent freeze. According to the Staten Island Advance.com, dated December 29, 2024, 15,000 plus evictions just in New York City, with the Bronx leading over 4,000, Brooklyn 4,000, Queens 3,300, Manhattan 2,700, Staten Island, they got away, 637, and that was in 2024. Now, today is June 12th. As of June 3rd, New York City has had over 7,300 evictions, the Bronx leading as usual. We need a rent freeze. 2024, over 250,000 311 calls for heat and hot water. They're not giving us what we're paying for. We pay our rent. We expect the landlords to give us the service that we deserve, and they're not doing it. Please, check the data for yourself. Don't rely on these landlords to come and give you data. It's in the system. You can check the data yourself, and you would know how we are being treated. Thank you.
Thank you. Myra Letta, yep. And then one more, Emilio Jimenez. And then after that, we're going to take a short break. I understand there's pizza.
Okay.
Please, ma'am.
Okay. So my name is Myra Letta, and I'm from 1175 Morris Avenue in the Bronx. And I'm here just to share what has been happening in my building. I will leave it up to you to make this decision if the rent should be freeze or not. Last Sunday at church, they talked about the Old Testament and they spoke about Habakkuk. And one of the things that actually just touched my heart was that he said to God, "Why do you make me look at injustice?" And it was exactly what I seen this morning as I was going down the stairs. My building, you sent the rent to the landlord, he never receives it. You constantly have to go and get certified mail. You sent the lease, he never received it. But let's talk about the repair situation. We have not had a working elevator on my floor alone where there's a handicapped 8-year-old girl where the parents need to lift up the little girl on the wheelchair and go down to the 3rd and the 2nd. If the elevator works on the 3rd floor, they're happy and lucky. The 4th floor elevator does not stop since February 13. They continue changing the sign. Elevator is out of service into this day, and all I do is just continue taking pictures. Just this morning alone, and I can show you the video. It happens to be that I was going to work and I seen the father bringing the 8-year-old handicap. If she doesn't go to school, most likely they're going to miss out on that opportunity. So that's going in the morning and the afternoon. You see a woman who is about to give birth going down the stair. You see a home attendant having to get up at 6:30 in the morning going to work with her knee that just recently had surgery. You see a single mother carrying a 60-pound laundry bag from the 4th floor because she needs to do laundry. Oh, wait a second. The laundry room is closed on the weekend, and the super is nice because he works only from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. I don't even have that option at my office. Excuse me, elderly people, partially blinded, going down the stair. A studio at one of the meetings, we found out that one of the studio is up to $1,700. Okay, just a studio. Excuse me. So harassment from our management. You send the rent. I have to go to the post office every month. I could afford it, but many of them can't do that. I have to go and get a certified mail. If I send the lease, they will have the nerve to send it 2 weeks before saying they have not received it, and it was sent certified mail. This is how we're living. One day, I seen that family with the 8-year-old cripple. He went to BJ's, food shopping, and unfortunately, the elevator was not working. Between me and other tenants were helping him bring it up. Okay, this is how we live. We should not be paying the landlord. The landlord should be paying us because we're keeping the building alive. So I'm just saying, maybe I could afford 10% more, 8% more, but there's going to be a time that I'm going to be like her. I will not be able to. Forget about everything I said, but please just take a minute to look at the video that I have of that father bringing that child down the stairs. My faith is not in any of you. My faith is on him. And I know there's going to be change. And just be ready for that change. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll do one more and then we'll take a brief break. Emilio Jimenez. Emilio. I think he's, yeah. Jimenez? Yes. No? Okay. No. Right. We'll take a brief break. I understand there's pizza. Is that right? That's what we heard. There's pizza. We'll take a 15-minute break, so if we could reconvene at, I guess, 8:50, because we still have another 23 speakers who we'd like to make sure we hear.
Tomaremos un descanso de 15 minutos, volveremos a las 9 menos 10, todavía tenemos 23 personas que tienen que declarar. Y supe que hay pizza, pueden pasar afuera y comer algo.
I was just talking to Lawrence. He's usually, you know, sometimes I gotta talk off the ledge.
About 15 years ago. If you sign up, sir, we'll let you speak.
He wants to jump the line. He signed up.
No,
he
I
just wants
can't.
to jump the
Unfortunately,
line.
I can't do that. That would be unfair to everybody else. I apologize. We won't let everybody speak.
You know, it's him and Chad are like, you know, I'm just telling him the whole ego thing.
Yeah.
You know, Lawrence is like, he's the worst kind of egotist. Listen, the only great thing about Lawrence is
Bless you.
he's what he is. And I know how to deal with him.
You gonna go home with a cold?
Probably. Blame you all. But
Yes,
but you have to
exactly.
listen to the egotist because
It's all
he
Andrew's
won't
fault.
admit that he's in fact an egotist.
They knew each other back when, like you did? Or you know Chad longer?
I went to high school with him. I didn't like him.
Why didn't you like him?
Because I hung out with the douchebags. Kind of.
We're going to get ready to start again, so if you want to let folks that are out there know that we're about ready, that would be great. Oh, she did already? Okay, great. Thank you. I do feel if you're in here and you sign up, we should give you. I'm happy to.
The tax in around the neighborhood slums, I kind of thought Israel wouldn't bomb if they knew they had nukes.
It was a preemptive.
Do we miss
And my
Iris? I guess Iris left.
that are Israeli moving the Air Force
I
side
feel like
of my
these
back.
folks are all gone. Yeah, I think we left off with Emilio, right? Yeah.
They were there for,
Is Emilio back? Jimenez.
Señor Jimenez?
While we get him, we can, because we'll see if we, Irene Matthews, are you, Irene, are you here? When they come in, we'll make sure they get in. Wildia Santos?
No.
Several more names. Extra cheese. Pepperoni for me. Irma Nere. I'll read names, and if you're here, you can come on up. Ophelia Feliciano. Ophelia. Skylar Mendez. Skylar's here. Oh, Skylar? You're Skylar? You got it. You were here. You are up, Mr. Mendez.
All right, members of the board, I ain't gonna try and waste none of y'all damn time. By a show of hands, any of y'all got cars? Just raise your hand, just participation, Now, when you first got your first car, when you went to the dealer to get it fixed, didn't you get robbed or gypped off or swindled in a way where you felt uncomfortable? That's how a majority of these people feel. That's all I'm trying to make a point. It's not through your learning and your experience through life as you've gone through it and had a couple wrecks, had your couple insurance claims, where you said, okay, I'm gonna go to the mechanic down the block. He's cheaper, he's better, he's more affordable. That's the way we feel. You know what I'm saying? We're on a fixed income. I'm on a fixed income. But I could afford my rent 2-3 times over on my fixed income. My landlord is great. My building is phenomenal. I'm in a gated community. I'm the last Mohegan of my own tribe. Like right now, they left me. Like, it's dead serious. I don't, what's the word? I'm trying to be PG. I'm not trying to beat around the bush. There we go. Y'all either vote for it or y'all don't. I for one, really don't care. You vote for it, you vote against it. If you vote against it, fine. Everybody that was here, they get a leg up. They get their little stabilization, they get their little money together, and finally they can afford the basic necessities of living in New York. But if we keep raising rent, how much time goes on where everybody moves out? Then what does New York become? That's on your hands. And overall, it's just hard to fathom a place that I've lived for 30 years goes poof. And now I gotta figure out whether to stay in New York, go to a different state, or hell, my money's good. I could go to a different country. Y'all gotta figure this out. I respect it, I condone it, but it is what it is. Let's just make it fair, at least. Put some rules in place. Make some regulations. Like every 2 years, raise the rent, but you gotta follow these rules. You gotta follow these guidelines. If you don't follow them, you lose out. Sorry, landlord. Your tenants ain't coming up to par. Brainstorm, grab some ideas, make some rules, make some regulations, make it easier, make it whatever. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go back. Emilio Jimenez. Did Emilio come back? Irene Matthews. No. Wildia Santos. Irene is here.
I'm here. I'm ready to talk, but it's too.
We're going to take it, Irene.
It's too.
Oh, you are Irene Matthews? Or you, Wildia Santos?
I'm right here.
Okay, why don't we let,
Sorry, I can't see what that.
you can go, and then we'll get to Ms. Matthews. You can go. Take your time.
I think the light is bothering her.
It's too bright. It's right in my face.
Ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Irene Matthews. I live at 1711 Morris Avenue in the Bronx. The reason why we're fighting so hard for the rent freeze is because I live in the apartment building where since about 2010, it's been consistently leaking. There's been mold. There's been a year gone where at one point I had to use a bucket to flush the toilet. So it was broken for an entire year. And for several months, the hot water in the tub in the bathroom, it just ran for months and months. I've complained, 311 inspections, and every time the problem just gets passed over. And I've been living in this situation for many years, and even paint, it's been maybe about 2 years since I've resided in the apartment that it's been painted. I have to put towels underneath my door to stop the rats and the roaches from coming inside. And I have just in March had another leak again in my bathroom. Hasn't been painted, hasn't been fixed. And when I walk inside my apartment, I have to use my phone because the light's been broken for 2 years or more. So the landlords, they want to charge us more rent as time goes by, but we get nothing done. And I think living in America and having to flush the toilet for a year using a bucket is unfair to anyone. That was a horrible thing that I dealt with. And then they want to take me to court for the arrears, but then nothing gets done. And also the lawyers for the building, when you go to court, they want to bully you into signing paperwork. And if you don't comply to what they want you to do, they just come at you with other things really, really hard in every direction. And then with us having, there's so many people in housing courts and it's hard to get, representation. But finally, I've been with CASA, I'm a member, and they have helped me through a lot. And I am so happy to say that I'm a member, and I really appreciate being here and speaking, and saying what I have to say here. And a lot of us came here for the same reasons. And I just want to thank you and to just think of us that we are human beings too, and we have rights. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Santos, please. And let me just read a couple more names. Give me Irma Neri, Ophelia Feliciano, and Karen A. Those are the next three. Please, Ms. Santos.
Good evening. My name is Awilda Santos. I was born in the Bronx, Lebanon. Now it's called Bronx Care. It's called Bronx Care. You know why? Why is it called Bronx Care? I was born March 1st, 1974 in Bronx, Lebanon. It's called Bronx Care now. I have 3 children, a 30-year-old, a 28-year-old, a 27-year-old. They were born and it was called Bronx Care. I got 3 grandchildren now. Well, I have 6 grandchildren. 3 of them, one she's 6, one is 4, and one is 1 year old. It's not Bronx, Lebanon no more. I was surprised. It's called Bronx Care. And I look at the building. It's nice and tall. The Bronx Care has a big building in front of it on the concourse on 174. In the back of it is the little one where I was born in. And it's sad. When I come here, the security guard, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Bernabe, are still security guard. I was a student here at Hostos Lincoln Academy in that class of 1993. I went to SUNY Westbury for 1 semester, and I came back to Hunter College, class of 1998. I graduated with urban studies major, minor in sociology. I don't want to leave the Bronx, but they're pushing me out the Bronx, and I'm upset. What really upset me now, when I come here and I look across the street, PS 31 was the castle. I went there from kindergarten to 5th grade. And I'm very happy to be from a Dominican mother and father who came in 1969, not like a lot of people come like smuggling in. That's why I believe in the power of education. My father is de Moca, de un campo, Jamao al Norte. My mother's from the city, Moca, Dominican Republic. And I feel fed up right now because my mother passed away 6 years ago. She got a stroke, and St. Barnabas Hospital treated her like she was garbage. She came home with 3rd-degree burns. That because the people are short of staff. And I understand that, but it's not fair to us because my mother paid a lot of taxes here. My mother was a buying citizen, and I have 4 brothers. We are 4 of us. My brother, Carlos, he's 55. I have a sister, I'm the 3rd one, and I have a brother. And it's not fair that I used to go to PS 31. It was a landmark, and it was built in 1899. It's a castle. Do you know the castle? We only got 1 castle now, which is Morris High School. I went there 1 semester because I was afraid for my life. I should not be afraid for my life because I could tell you when I was growing up, we boycotted. My mother always part of PTA. She did 30 years. And what really upset me is if you go to 3rd Avenue, they made the judicial, what is it called? The youth, a jail for children. You know the detention center? I was part of it. And one of my schoolmates in front of South Bronx High School, there's a post office, he got shot, gun-related. And I got scared to go to Morris. But thanks God I found this school, which is Hostos Lincoln Academy. Wasn't here, and they threw us out of here, and they put us by St. Mary's Park now. I'm happy it goes from 6th to 12th grade. I went from spring of 9th grade all the way to senior year. I played softball 4 years. This school is beautiful, but it's not fair what they're doing to us. The castle was closed down in 1986. Do you remember Jose Serrano? Carmen Arroyo? I went to school with Carmen Arroyo's grandson, Richie Izquierdo. I know what I'm talking about. You know, I went to the park and I saw Jose Serrano. I thought he passed away. But thanks God, I went up to him nicely with respect. My parents taught me respect. I went, excuse me, sir. And he was in the park. He goes to the church I go to. He can't go there no more, St. Angelo Merici, because he's in a wheelchair. He has Parkinson's disease. I didn't know that was Jose Serrano, but I reckon his feature, he still looked the same. He did a lot for the Bronx. His son is senator now. You know his son? Jose M. Serrano. He went to my school, PS 31. We tried to fight for our school. I was walking 31, and in 1986, they closed it down. My godson, Kevin Santos, was supposed to go there, kindergarten, and they lied to us all the time, because they put him inside 151, which is down the block, and then in 2015, they let the school deteriorate. They let the school fall down. I lived that. It's not fair to us. Other people might not know that. Other people, Mr. Jose Serrano, he walked the park, he walked the neighborhood, he lives in the Concourse still. I don't want to leave the Bronx. But now, I was home on Mother's Day Dominicana, and I was listening to Johnny Ventura, Caballo Johnny Ventura, Si vuelvo a nacer, soy dominicana. And they called the cops on me at 2:30 in the afternoon. And I left. I left with my dog. I walked around the neighborhood. It's not fair what the people are doing. If it's PS 31 in 1986 was named a landmark, why did they tear it down and make that ugly building there that we can't afford? That's why I'm mad.
Thank you.
No, I'm not finished. That's why I said, if I take the mic, the whole school know me. I come here. There's people here who taught my children. I went to 31, and why did I have to protest in 31 where Jose Serrano, Carmen Arroyo, and a whole bunch of people, and who are you? I don't know who you are. I know Jose Serrano. He's my father, could say. E hizo mucho para esta ciudad. What y'all doing? And then I live in a building. He got 70 buildings, I heard. Van Parkish. He was named the slum landlord, right? And today I went to my building. I called the landlord, because I text people. I'm a teacher for 30 years. I didn't want to be a teacher because we don't get paid like we're supposed to. But due to my kids have special needs, there was a principal who was in PS 31, and sad to say, she did a party for her daughter with the school money, and she got in jail. I used to go to High Bridge Advisory Council, did 20 years there. I heard they took $9 million. So the people who is in the business, and somebody told me I should run for mayor. I think I want to run for the president of the United States now. Y'all people are off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Irma Nere, Ophelia Feliciano, Karen A. I'm going to keep going. Fitzroy Christian. If you hear your name, please call. Come on down. Fitzroy. Thank you. Sean Butler. Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian, sir. Mic is yours.
Casa. Tenant. Good evening. I'm hearing response back of me. I'm not hearing any response up front. Good evening. Thank you. I'm here tonight to explain why we should be doing what you decide that you're not going to do, and that is to give New York City tenants a rent freeze at least for 2025-26. We demand it because we deserve it. And your own numbers show that that is what you should be doing. My name is Fitzroy Christian, and I am a rent-stabilized tenant, and I've been living in my apartment since 1976. I am retired on a fixed income, and I'm paying 67.43% of my monthly income in rent. What about SCREE, you may ask, right? I'm glad you asked that. Because it merely freezes my rent where it is, and I'm still paying 67.40% of my income in rent. I deserve a rent freeze. And there are many other folks in New York City who have similar situations that I have, and they too deserve a rent freeze. In fact, all New York City tenants deserve a rent freeze because everything, all our costs are increasing, our salaries and what other incomes we have are either stable or decreasing. We cannot live with a negative sign in front of our lives forever. We need to be living in a positive economy, our own personal economies, where we could buy good food, we could clothe our children, we could take our medications without wondering whether or not I should choose between taking my full dosage so that I can have money to buy food. That is not the way human beings should live. That is not the type of decisions human beings should be having to make. You have caused it. Over the years, individually, you may not have been a part of it 10 years ago, 15 years ago, but this board has been responsible for destitution in New York City. This board has been responsible for the homelessness in New York City because you do not do what is right. Tonight, I have a few more minutes, and I'm going to tell you why doing right should take precedence over taking your marching hours from mayors. They make their money, they go home, they don't care. They give you specific orders of what they want, and you're following their orders, and you're not following the law, which tells you that you can even give a rollback. I would want a rollback, but I know you're not going to do that. I will take a rent freeze in place of a rollback.
If you could finish, Mr. Christian, please.
I will finish when I'm finished. Okay. Now, thank you. Now, let us spend a little bit looking at some numbers relating to the net operating income of New York City landlords. And you're very familiar with those numbers because I'm taking them directly from your 2025 income and expense study. Your study revealed that between 1990 and 2023, rents have increased by more than 250%. 250% increase in rent. And your net operating income, the landlord's net operating income, which means profit, rose by more than 48% during that same period. In 2021-22, the landlord made a profit of 10.4%. 2022-23, the profit was 12.1%. Over that same period, my total increase in adjustments was 0%. They're making increases, their profit goes, and I'm stable. I cannot afford it. I need a rent freeze if you don't want to give me a rent rollback. The ceiling in 3 of my my rooms had total collapse, and 1 a partial collapse in the past 10 years. I have mice infestation. I have suffered insufficient heat and hot water during the winter season for at least the past 30 years. Your study pinpoints that my landlord makes an average of $1,642 monthly profit.
Sir, if you could.
I'm just about finished.
If you could.
Okay.
Let him finish, please.
There are 49 apartments in my building that amounts to $965,496 per year. That's almost $1 million on my building alone. Yet it has 39 open violations of which 19 are Class B and 18 are Class C, which means that I'm living in a situation where the conditions are immediately hazardous and a serious threat to my health and safety. Yet you want to give them an increase. The landlords have been fined 20 times by HPD over the last 5 years, but they don't do any repairs or not at the quality that is necessary for me to live comfortably. Okay. We deserve a rent increase, a rent rollback. You have the mandate to do that. Your very own studies demand it, but you won't do that because you have no damn shame.
Okay, thank you very much. Sean, I'm going to read names. Sean Butler, Lo Anderson, Minerva Morales. If you hear your name, come down, please. Caroline Sanchez. Ms. Morales? Please.
Yes, America is one of the richest countries in the world, and this city as well, New York. Good evening, my name is Minerva Morales. I'm a daughter, I'm a mother, and a grandmother. And today, happy for CASA that invited me, even though that in the 70s, my aunts were involved with CASA. These are the people we cry to. They hear because when we go to court, they don't listen to us. They don't give us nobody to help us to go through this. I'm stressed out, my hair is even falling out. But CASA listens. CASA helps, and it's been there since the 70s. And with all my respect, because I respect you guys all, but we have built this city. I come from a family working hard. My grandfather was on the First World War. Because of him, you guys are sitting there, and we here too as well. My father went to the Second World War and 3 other wars, and I was born when he was old. So here I am struggling and trying to keep up with this. I feel that either I eat or I pay my bills. I feel, yes, I have 3 kids in the house that they have, what is it called? Well, all we could afford is chicken. And I can't even give these kids steak, not even once a month, because I got to think about paying the lights, because the rent could hold on and I could pay little by little. So here I am struggling, you know, and like I said, we built this city. And as far as I'm concerned, for decades, the rent's been going up, but not the checks. I pay taxes. At my age, I still work. I have to work because I'm raising my grandkids. Somebody got to be there for them. I'm helping them, and God knows I'm strong, you know? But I feel like they have to do something with this. I know that you guys, when you go back home, you take a shower, you lay down. I got to worry about it. We all got to worry about our bills. I remember when I came to college for Fordham University, I had an apartment that my father was paying, and it was $280, and I was there with a couple of girls. But then I had a baby, and I had to leave college because I wanted to take care of my daughter. But in the 80s, the rent went sky high. Nobody stopped it. Nobody did nothing about it. But when we owe you guys money, you guys right away want to take us, evict us, but you put the rent up as much as you can, what you want, because there's nobody that comes out for us. We only have CASA. But I want you to know, I'm here, and in September, I'm evicted, you know, and like I said, I come from a family that's done a lot for this country. My family's all military, and here I am, almost in the street. Maybe if I lived in California, I wouldn't mind to buy a tent and sleep outside, but because of the weather, I gotta stay there until God knows. I work. I don't get no help from the system. I get seizures because I was born sick. Like that, the doctor told me I could work 20 hours, and I do. I go work, and after that, I go pick up bottles and cans. I'm not ashamed because I know I got to pay bills, and my parents are not around, and I got to look out for my family. But we built this here. You know, we built this. We have worked hard all our life, and just because we can't finish our education and we can't get jobs because they don't even pay enough for what we do, and we can't pay bills, that doesn't mean we're bad people. You guys are letting these people put up the rent too high. A car, when you buy an old car, the car does not go up in price. So I don't understand how I'm living in an old building that's more than 100 years, and I have to pay for so much rent. And the new buildings pay less. And in September, as I came in late today because I had a leak. That leak in September fell on me, and I taking therapy for my back, and I have a bad back, and like that I gotta go to work. I haven't taken him to court. I haven't gotten a lawyer, but he had the audacity to evict me. You know, and I'm over here with pain. As I'm standing right here, I have pain, but I'm not gonna give up because I'm a fighter, and I come from a family that fights, and we're gonna fight, fight, and fight.
Thank you, ma'am. Carolina Sanchez, Miriam LeBoy, and Elizabeth Thompson. Ms. Sanchez, please.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening, everyone.
Gracias por estar aquí.
Thank you for being here.
Gracias por Hostos por brindarnos este refugio esta noche.
And thank you for allowing us to be in this space.
El motivo
Sí.
de la llamada,
Señora,
tengo
sáquese la máscara, por
frío,
favor. Señora,
tengo
sáquese
frío,
la
tengo
si
frío.
pudiera. Se le entiende más.
El motivo de la llamada en esta noche es para que ustedes entiendan una vez más, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué estamos aquí?
The reason why we're here is because we want to make you understand one more time why we're always here.
No vinimos a pelear con ustedes, vinimos a demandar de ustedes.
We don't come to argue with you, we come to demand of you.
Este casero, de donde yo vivo,
The landlord, where I live,
se encierra la cantidad de $1,666,000 y 86 centavos por mi apartamento solamente.
is charging $1,666,086 for my apartment alone
Por los 9 años que vivo aquí.
for the 9 years that I've been living at this unit.
He vivido en condiciones deplorables,
I've been living in subhuman conditions.
que han salido, muchas veces las condiciones han sido arregladas por mí misma,
In which case I've had to make my own repairs
porque ha caído en oído sordo de él.
because of course it's fallen on deaf ears.
Este es un edificio del año 1910.
This building goes back to 1910.
Y damas y caballeros, representantes del público, porque ustedes nos representan.
And ladies and
Nosotros
gentlemen
somos el público.
of the public that is here, because of course you represent us.
Y desde que yo vivo ahí,
Since I've lived there,
la renta fue $2,114.78 en el año 2017.
the rent was $2,114.78 back in 2017.
Entonces, después de ahí,
After that,
el casero se encerró $50,000, 754.72 centavos esos 2 años.
and then of course the landlord kept $50,154.72 for those years.
Solo 2 años de contrato.
Only 2 years worth of a lease.
Ya dado que el patrón de él, de sus violaciones, me llevó hasta un extremo y lo demandé, entonces él ahora quiere hacerme un acoso ilegal de desalojo.
Since his pattern of violations kept getting worse, I sued him, but now of course he wants to evict me.
pero no tiene ninguna probabilidad ni causa. Entonces, como él no tiene ninguna probabilidad ni causa, así como hay un dicho que dice, robado se va, lo que robado viene.
And of course, because he has no basis or probable cause for this, and of course, you know, when you say, as the old saying goes, when you steal something, you have to show proof.
Aquí yo tengo demostrado, ¿verdad? Documentado por ustedes mismos, porque esto es de la oficina de ustedes.
I have here a document that comes from your office.
Entonces dice que por cada por ciento de 1% y de 2% son las indicaciones de la renta. ¿Cómo les parece a ustedes escuchar estas cantidades? 2.114.78, 2.167, 2.200, 2.334.
It says here 1% to 2%. How is it then that we can get to these amounts of 2,147, 2,148, $2,220?
Y lo último que ha aumentado es 2.334,13 centavos y 2.454,19 centavos.
And the last two amounts that have gone up are in the amount of 2,333.13 cents, 2,454.19 cents.
La angustia mental frustrante
The mental anguish
de la renta mal calculada, del sistema sucio de la
because of this
Corte
dirty
de
system
vivienda.
and this ill-calculated rent
es grotesca.
is just grotesque.
Esto me está llevando a entender a mí que aunque yo haga todo lo posible por cumplir con mi renta, él no va a hacer lo posible por hacer lo que ustedes demandan aquí.
This makes me think that it doesn't matter what I do in terms of paying my rent, he's going to do everything in his power. And of course, you here are only helping him with that.
Este acto de discriminación no me lleva a mí, sino a hacer lo siguiente.
This act of discrimination only allows me to do the following:
Ordenar su cuenta bancaria para frizarla.
to order that his bank account be frozen,
La demanda legal que le voy a hacer por $200,000 por mi angustia frustrante de 3 años por gusto.
I'm going to sue him in the amount of $200,000 for 3 years of mental anguish.
Y el juez por impedir mis documentos legales de todo lo que ya se le ha indicado que se le ha pagado, porque él cree que nosotros somos un juego. Y le exijo a ustedes, no les demando, les exijo que por favor.
And of course, the judge will have to also follow through on this, as I am going to ask and request that he do the following, since I've already submitted all of the necessary documents. And I also ask of you, no, I don't ask of you, I demand of you
Que ustedes remitan todo lo que han oído esta noche y por favor pónganlo por práctica. Háganlo por ustedes mismos.
And that you-
Congelen de una vez y se acabó el juego.
and that
Ya
you
basta.
forward everything
Muy
that's been
buenas
said here
noches.
today, and that you don't take this lightly, it's not a game, and that you freeze the rent.
Lo Anderson, are you, yes, please. Sorry about that. After her,
Hello.
1 second, please. Carolina Sanchez, are you? Carolina? Oh, I'm sorry. Marion LeBoy and Elizabeth Thompson. If you're here, you'll be next. Ms. Anderson, please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Lo Anderson. I'm here representing CASA, Community Action for Safe Apartments. I was actually a college intern there in fall of 2023. I'm a proud graduate of this institution, so I want to take a moment because I know that some of you are visitors to the Bronx and you don't actually go here. This institution is where people in this community go to rebuild their lives. And this is where I came in 2021 after working in a DHS shelter and losing my position. CUNY was a financial pivot for me. It was a desperate act. I came, I applied, and I ended up graduating from this institution with my degree in criminal justice. Particularly, my passion is housing policy. And I'm excited to speak to you because I know some of you, your expertise and your passion is supposed to be housing policy. The idea of what we're dealing with in New York City right now is an egregious affordable housing crisis. It is egregious because it touches on every intersectional avenue of our lives, which we've offered up to you here today. It touches on food insecurity, mental health, healthcare access, all things that the Bronx continues to outpace every other borough in this city when it comes to our basic needs. So our call to action to you is quite clear, to freeze the rent. But I'm also here to call on you as policy's supposed experts. The way that we've been speaking about housing policy in this city is simply illogical. There are New York City Housing Connect apartments posted on your affordable housing website that are in excess of $200,000. You all don't even get paid to do the job that you're doing here. Those prices are in excess of the amount of salary that city council members make. And I'm talking about apartments that are a few blocks away from here. You would think that I would be happy graduating with my bachelor's degree, that maybe I would be able to get a new apartment in the Bronx. But I dare not move from where I'm at on my $1,700 rent to go pay $2,300, $2,400, $2,800 in rent, leaving me with nothing. So what have you taught me about education then? I know some of you have had access to education as well, and you might not have had to fight hard as some of us when it came to that access. So I hope that today you not only vote with a conscience, but that you really interrogate your hierarchy of human beings here. Look at how this hearing is set up. There is not one of you and your family members who are better than any one of us. And that's not your assertion, but you have the power today to show us that you think otherwise. Are you going to connect with this hierarchy of human beings that this city has continually put into policy and legislation? Or are you gonna be a different kind of policy animal? Are you gonna actually stand on your accomplishments as NYU Furman Law Center and a lot of the beautiful places that you all come from? I know honestly we can relate more because you're afraid to lose something as well. You're afraid that if you vote against us and you vote with landlords, that you lose the little position and power that you have there. But I want you to sit up straight because you're addressing constituents and the people that you serve. So I hope that you remember all of us. And I also want to call on something that U.S. Senator Morgan Murray stated. If you want to participate and be civically involved, start a relationship. So that's why I got dressed for you today. This is our first date. And I hope that it will not be a time that I have to come back here to address you again. But I'm happy to do so, because this is the work that we are passionate about. As you can already see, CASA has been doing this work since the 1970s. So we're happy to meet you here again in 4 years if that's what's necessary. Freeze the rent.
Thank you. Marion LeBoy? Up. Come on down. Elizabeth Thompson. All right. I think LeBoy? Yeah, I'm LeBoy. Oh, you're LeBoy. Come on. You're first, and then Ms. Thompson.
Good evening. I'm freezing. You hold me over here for so long.
Me too.
Okay. Board members, welcome to the mainland Bronx County. My name is Mariano Lavoy. I'm a resident of the Bronx for the past 55 years. As you could see, I'm a Trump supporter and a very proud conservative Republican. Keep laughing and you will do the same. I don't believe that you have to shame on yourself to interrupt. I'm sorry for that, gentlemen, okay? I don't believe in frozen rent. Please take in consideration that landlords have expenses too. They pay insurance, they pay water, electricity, repairs, and many other things. Board members, could you tell this lady to stop interrupting people? Board member, please be fair, using your judgment and your decision, taking in consideration tenants as well as landlords. Rent guidelines, in my personal opinion, are too high. Compromise. Be fair for the tenant, be fair to the landlord. As you could see in this hearing tonight, a lot of people talk about children homeless, but they don't tell you the truth. Where is the parental responsibility? 65% or 70% of the men, 65% to 70%, to 70% of the men here in the Bronx, they abandon the children. They abandon their wife. That's why you have so many. That's why you have so many children homeless. In your decision, I know it's going to be fair for both sides.
Please continue, sir. Finish up.
Okay, but these people, I know that you will
If you
make.
could finish up, sir.
Okay, I'm not going to wrap it up right now. I know that your decision, you see?
Please let him finish, ma'am. Ma'am?
I know when you make your decision, you will make America great again. Trump!
Elizabeth Thompson. Ms. Thompson. Followed by Ronette Summers. Hilda Fall. Ms. Thompson.
Yes. I'm up now. I'm up.
Please, ma'am. The stage is yours.
Excuse me. Let's have respect.
Let her speak, please.
Good evening.
Ms.
My name
Thompson.
is Elizabeth Thompson. I lived in the Bronx all my life. My ex-husband was a vet. When I got abused, I left there. Went on my own, moved to where I'm at, 2757 Claflin Avenue. Found out I moved there with my children, 6 and 11. Found out in 2011 that we had let an apartment. Come on, I was supposed to move into a new apartment. Not with lead and mold, but 2011. I sent to DHCR and let them know that this problem was happening. Hey, the courts told me hold back my money. I hold back my money. 2015, they told me I had to go back February 2015 and pay all that money. That was $10,000. I had to look for it or be out in the street. Nobody helped me. I had to beg for that. The thing is, this rent rollback and DHCR and the courts should help the people. We are getting pushed on the side. For you doing the rent rollback, it would really be awesome. Please help us out. I'm at age. When we go in the building, we need a ramp. My light blinks. I've been telling this to my landlord for the last 15, 20 years. My light still blinks. Nobody comes. They have the super do all of the repairs. He could do but so much. He's not licensed. Please help us. We don't want the building to fall like the one in Manhattan. Our building is 100 years old. Come on now. Why are you letting the landlords
get away. Hey, the amount of money I've been paying from 2018, no, 1983, I'm sorry. I should be a millionaire, but I need somewhere to live. I can't afford the other places. Come on, help us out. We have people bringing their kids, carrying it in, excuse me, I'm dyslexic. So when I can't think exactly what to say at that time, I lose contact. But the thing, we need help. We definitely need a ramp. We need help. If we call 311, put it in the computer, by the next day, it's gone. What's happening? It does? But hey, the problem is still there. Please help us out. I'm doing much better. I am walking, because the last time I think I've seen you was at Lehman College. I would like a ramp to come in my building. Please help me fight for that. Hey, I'm very peaceful. I'm loud, but I'm peaceful. Please help us out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ronette Summers, Ahida Fall, Quartha Kuroama, Ngozi Ibanu. Sorry if I got this wrong. Ma'am? Your name, ma'am, so we know?
Bonsoir, chers représentants. Je m'appelle.
I can do French interpretation unless you all can. Okay.
Je m'appelle Aïda Fall. Je suis née le 1er janvier 1953. J'ai 72 ans. Je vis à New York ici depuis 2009. J'ai travaillé avant. Maintenant, je ne travaille pas. J'ai eu chirurgie, bref, cancer, poster gauche. Donc, je vis dans une maison. J'ai ma soeur qui est arrivée. Mes familles, on est 7. 2 chambres salon. J'ai payé au début 1300. C'est private house. Le landlord ne arrange rien. J'ai asthme. J'ai chirurgie, bref, cancer, j'ai rhumatisme, je ne travaille pas maintenant. Exercice, il me donne 987. Je paye la maison 1350, je paye le courant 80. J'ai appliqué partout pour avoir 3 bedrooms, housing. Seigneur, rien, il y a une discrimination. On donne aux gens qu'il ne faut pas donner. Moi, on ne me donne rien. Donc, c'est pour cela que je suis venu devant vous pour vous faire croire qu'il y a la discrimination au niveau de la housing. Section 8, va cher tout, il y a la discrimination. Il faut que ça cesse. Voilà.
Hi, my name is Ida Fall. I was born in 1945, and I've been in New York since 2009. And I'm finding myself in a position of not being able to pay my rent. I pay $1,300, 1,300, ouais?
1,300 depuis 2014, 1,350.
Vous avez payé 1,300 dans 2014?
Depuis là, je paye. Il veut augmenter, il dit 2,800. Il va me faire sortir.
D'accord. So she's been paying $1,300 since 2014, and now her rent has gone up because her landlord wants her out. She is not able to keep working. Her sister is here who she's supporting, and she can't support another rent increase. She's applied for everything, and this is an example for her of what discrimination looks like in housing.
Thank you. Octavia Solano. Followed by Sheila Felix. Next. And Patrick Hoover.
I'm Richard Casa because I have a big family.
And Audrey Hoover. So please, ma'am.
Adelante, señora.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Octavia Solano, porque lo digo con nombre y apellido.
Good
Soy
evening, my name is Octavia Solano, and I am
dominicana, de la
Dominican.
buena, de la que venimos a trabajar y
One
a
of the good
poner al
ones that
país
comes
en
here to work
cintura. Pero
and
a
to help
veces
the
el mundo
country.
nos juega una mala jugada.
But sometimes, of
Porque
course,
cuando uno viene
life
aquí, viene
deals us
con
a
un
very
sueño
difficult hand
para
because we come
estudiar.
here
Pues yo vine
with
con
a
15
dream.
años y tengo 67.
I'm 67
Y
and I
en
came
los
here when I
tiempos
was
que yo
15,
vine,
and when I came
la
here,
obra de trabajo era muy barata. Y yo comencé en
we
el
would get paid very little.
Señora,
Señora.
espere que el intérprete termine, porque no entendemos.
Ya yo hablé, sigue hablando, pero tiene que tomar
Entonces,
pausa, señora.
La obra era muy barata y yo quería ser enfermera o doctora, era mi deseo.
Of course, I
Pero
wanted to
yo-
be a nurse or a doctor at that time.
Yo quería estudiar, pero mis padres me ayudaban en la economía de la comida y la vivienda.
And I did want to go to school back then, but I would help my parents with the home expenses.
Tenía que trabajar y estudiar de noche,
I did have to work, and of course, I would go to school at night.
el cual lo que más me gustaba era lo que era el campo de la medicina. Me dediqué a trabajar desde los 15 años.
I
Era
wanted to
cuando
work in the medical
los
field.
judíos pusieron lo que le llaman home attendant
At the age of
para
15.
trabajar y eran a 25 centavos la hora.
And of
Ustedes
course-
saben que para el 1974
Back at, señora, tiene que tomar pausas. In 1974, this is when home health aides began, and they would pay us 25 cents an hour.
era muy barato, pero se sobrevivía.
Of course, it was very little money, but you could still make do.
Y se presentaron ciertos acontecimientos familiares en el cual tuvimos que dejar los estudios para poder ayudar a las otras
And of
familias.
course, because of certain familial things that we had to do, responsibilities, we had to let go of our studies.
Y lo que le quiero decir con eso es
And what
que
I
yo me
want to
estoy-
say with this, of course,
que yo
is
me estoy sintiendo que hoy en día yo estoy viviendo como un retrocimiento y viendo tantos casos y viviendo tantos casos en mi familia.
that I'm seeing so many
Que me da-
things in my own family,
Me
so
da
many
pena.
setbacks.
Yo me siento que estamos viviendo cuando vino la evolución, que vino la guerra entre la discriminación del 1920 al 30.
I feel as though we're
Ustedes
living
saben de
a
qué yo
war
le hablo.
where we see discrimination happening all over again, like in the 1920s and 30s. I feel like we're going back to that.
Porque yo no viví esa historia, pero sí la estudié.
Of course, I did not live that time period, but I did study about that time period.
Y lo que voy a concluir para comenzar, que yo viví en Manhattan por 40 años.
And I'd just like to finish by saying that I did live in Manhattan for 40
en
years
el 33 de Broadway.
at 3333 Broadway,
Donde yo vivía, donde estaba ubicada entre Columbia University
which is located between Columbia University
y City College.
and City College.
Y ustedes saben lo que pasó después de la torre, que fue
And you know what happened after the Twin Towers came down,
cuando comenzaron a sacar, porque antes de la torre ya estaban sacando la gente de downtown.
because even before the towers came down, they were already trying to remove people from downtown.
Porque yo tengo muchas familias también que estudiaron y están ahí entre medio de todos los peces gordos, como todos
Because, of
ustedes.
course, I have lots of family members that did go to school, and they're in the midst of all of this. They know what's going on.
Y yo comencé a ver, yo les decía a mi comunidad que tenían problemas porque iban a comenzar a desalojarnos.
I would tell the community, be careful, they're going to begin to evict you.
Y ahí nacieron mis hijos, porque yo tuve dos hijos, que ahora mismo hay uno que tiene 42 y el otro 34.
I have two sons, one that's 44, the other one's 44 and 32.
Y qué pena cuando yo me sentí que a mí me desalojaron, que yo cogí cáncer después de trabajar 40 años. que
And
yo
what a
nunca
shame. After I had cancer and I'd
nunca
worked for
cogí
40
una
years,
ayuda.
I was evicted. I never took any government benefits.
Que me sacaron de mi apartamento porque yo firmé inocentemente cuando me llevaron a la corte, tenía 3 días de dar de alta de una operación de cáncer.
And of course, I signed a document. I had no idea. I innocently signed this, and I went to court. I signed it after 3 days of having undergone cancer surgery.
Por ese mistake que yo no tuve la asesoría o no busqué la asesoría o no había la
And
asesoría.
because of this mistake, where I didn't obviously seek legal
Yo
advice or
perdí
it
mi
wasn't available,
apartamento.
I lost my apartment.
Pero yo le doy gracias a Dios.
But
¿Tú
I
sabes
thank
por
God,
qué?
and do you know why?
Porque cuando yo creo primero en Dios.
I
Yo
believe
no
in
sé
God
si
first.
ustedes creen en Dios.
I don't know if you're all
Porque el
believing
que hace daño no
believers.
cree en Dios. Okay.
I don't know if that hurts
Pero
you
yo
in
sí
some way,
creo,
but I
porque
do believe.
Si yo estoy aquí fue porque algo más que el hombre me tiene aquí parado.
Because if I'm here, it's because something higher than man
Porque
has
después de esa
allowed me to do
operación,
this.
a mí me han hecho 3 operaciones más.
After that surgery, I
Y yo
underwent
no
3
cons-
other
Yo
surgeries.
tuve que irme a vivir a un cuarto con mi hijo.
I had
el
to
menor,
rent out a room with my son,
que
the
pagaba
youngest,
$200,
where I was paying
el cual yo no
$200,
estaba produciéndolo.
and I
porque
wasn't
se
making
supone que
any
me
money.
tuvieron que dar un work compensation de mi trabajo.
And obviously, I should have gotten compensation from my
Y
job.
yo le doy muchas gracias a Dios que
So
yo
I
estoy
thank God
aquí.
for the fact that I'm still
mi
here.
hijo compite con ustedes, aunque yo estoy pidiendo free renta, porque esta es mi vida, ya yo estoy sola.
And of course, I'm all
Él
by
trabaja en
myself
Wall
now.
Street con ustedes. Él estudió.
But it's your God
Ok,
too.
y
My
él
God is
está
your God.
mirando,
And
y
He
él está mirando, y
sees what
dice,
you're
mami,
doing.
hasta con nosotros hay discriminación.
And of course,
Porque
even with
yo
us, there's
Yo aprendí
discrimination.
que yo le siempre decía a ellos, recuérdense que cada escalón que ustedes suben,
Remember,
hay dos escalones más para arriba de ustedes.
Every
y el que
single
está arriba lo
time
quiere
you
para
climb a step,
abajo.
there's 2 more
Por eso es que
awaiting
nosotros en casa
you.
decimos, los que están abajo se caen, los que están arriba se desbaratan.
This is why we say that those are at the bottom have already fallen, and
yo le
those
voy
are
a
at the
decir
top will
una
fall
cosa.
hard.
Yo le voy a decir una cosa.
And I'll say something to
Yo me
you.
siento muy satisfecha
I'm
de
extremely
que yo aprendí a
satisfied
defenderme.
that I learned
Pero fue
to
por
defend
casa.
myself, but it was because of casa.
¿Te ves? Hoy en día yo voy a la corte
Today,
a defender.
I go
y
to
si
court.
yo a mí yo salgo ahora mismo y me tienen que matar, yo muero feliz.
And they have to kill me, I will die
Usted
happily.
sabe, pero necesitamos que ustedes tengan humanismo y que
we do
todos
need
los pobres
You to help us.
son
And
hechos a base de sacrificio.
all of the
Usted no sabe lo
impoverished
que
are made up of
acostarse
sacrifice.
con un hijo en una
Because you
cama
have no idea what it
sabiendo
is
que usted no sabe
to
si al
go
otro le va a dar que comer
to bed
o
knowing
dónde
full
vamos a
well
dormir como a mí me pasó.
that you can't feed your child, or
Yo
where
no
are
lo
you
creo.
going
Yo
to
a veces-
wind up?
a mí la gente me ve en la calle y me dice,
People see me on the street
¿y
and
tú
say,
estás viva?
Octavia, you're still alive.
Porque pude haberme muerto también
Because of
con la
course I could have
pandemia.
died because of the pandemic.
Y yo conseguí un apartamento ahí en el 1749 Grand
And I
Concourse.
have an apartment
Los
at
Lois,
1749
que
Grand
son unos
Concourse.
judíos que tienen 100 y pico edificios aquí
They
en
are
Grand
Jews that
Concourse.
own about 7 buildings here in the
Y
Bronx.
déjeme decir una cosa, el edificio donde yo
Allow
vivo
me to say
tiene 1000 y
something
pico
to
de
you.
violaciones.
There's thousands of violations
Hace
at my
2
building.
domingos,
And
a la-
2 Sundays ago,
el domingo antepasado, porque ya eran las 4 de la
2
mañana,
Sundays ago at 4
ellos
a.m.,
están arreglando, hace 2 años que tenían una pared
it's been 2 years
alrededor
now
del edificio.
that they had a
de que
wall
para
around the
arreglar.
building, and it was supposedly so that they could make the
¿Y usted sabe lo
repairs.
que a mí me pasó?
Do you know what happened to me?
Que a las 4 de la mañana
That at 4 a.m.,
se derrumbó una de las ventanas
one of the
del cuarto.
windows in my
Usted se
room
imagina el
fell
ruido
out.
que hace
Can you
eso.
imagine
Todos los
the
vecinos se
noise?
despertaron. Yo dije,
All
bueno,
of my neighbors, all
ya
the
se
neighbors woke
derrumbó el
up.
edificio del lado
I
de-
thought that our
del
building
lado-
had collapsed. Ma'am,
¿Usted sabe cuándo me
Señora.
vinieron ellos? No, permiso. Eso
I'm
fue.
sorry, that
eso,
was-
Eso fue a las 4 de la
that
mañana.
was at 4
Era
a.m.
domingo,
It
¿verdad?
was a Sunday.
Yo tenía que llamar 311 porque
I had to call
el super no estaba
311
ahí. Ahí hay
because the
security,
super
pero
wasn't
los
there.
security no tienen nada que informar.
The security didn't want anything to hear of
Cuando
it.
yo fui a esperar el lunes, que me
On
dijeron
Monday,
que fuera a la oficina,
When I was
porque
told
el
to go to the
landlord no estaba
office
ahí,
because the
el manager
landlord
estaba
wasn't
ahí.
there, the manager
La
was,
secretaria lo único que me
the
dijo,
only thing the secretary said was
que tenía que esperar.
that they had
Digo,
to
pero
wait.
vayan a recogerme los cristales.
And I said, well, you'll have to go pick up all the broken glass.
¿Y usted sabe qué?
And you
Al
know
otro
what?
día fue que lo fueron a recoger.
They went to pick up the broken
Yo
glass the
tenía que
following
llamar
day.
311 porque es
I
una
had to call
negligencia,
311
¿verdad que
because,
sí?
of course, that's negligence, isn't it?
Pues usted sabe cuándo me vinieron a poner la
So,
ventana.
do you know when it is that they came to
Ayer.
replace the window? Yesterday.
Ayer me la vinieron a
Yesterday,
poner.
they finally
Y
replaced
yo
it.
estoy aquí hoy.
And I'm
porque
here today
Cuando yo salí de mi casa
because when I
a
left my
a
home
las 2 de la tarde,
at 2 p.m.,
¿usted sabe qué? Estaban radillando ese reel sacando ese abeto que ellos están sacando.
They were trying to remove the
O sea que cuando
asbestos.
yo llegue de aquí, yo no sé
They
lo
were
que
trying
habrá
to abate the
sucedido, porque esa
asbestos. So when I get
ventana
home now, I
de
have no idea
de
what
ese
will happen
apartamento no sirve ninguna.
because nothing about that apartment
Y
works.
aparte de eso, yo
Aside
debí
from
una
that,
renta, supuestamente, que ellos me cobraron, que yo tengo que
They
pagar
charged me for
$5,000.
rent
ya
when I
Ma'am,
had
I'm
to
going to
pay.
have to ask you
Señora,
because
le voy
they're
a
going to
tener que
close the
pedir-
building on
Wait a
us.
minute, I have whatever my time.
I don't
Y yo
control
quiero
this
que usted
building.
Yo no
sepa
controlo el
que
edificio,
el
señora.
Dando cobró
We're gonna
$25,000
other people want
Hay
to
otras
speak,
personas que
yo
tienen que hablar,
debía.
We don't
señora.
Y
have,
todavía no me han arreglado.
And they still haven't repaired it.
Yo pido, usted tiene que esperar porque usted vive de lo que yo pago y de todo
You
lo que
have to
pagamos.
listen because your living
Okay.
is made up of
Y
what
todavía no me han arreglado
of our
el
complaints, and
apartamento,
they
y
still
el
haven't
piso
fixed
está
our
todo desbaratado,
apartment,
que lo
and the
tengo contento.
floors are creaking and
Y yo
damaged.
sigo pagando mi
And I
renta.
continue to pay
¿A
my
quién le
rent.
reclamo?
So who do I
Porque
complain to?
Necesitamos también que como uno paga, así también
So in the same fashion that we pay our rent, someone has to do something for us.
Mire, ustedes todos van a morir en el infierno.
You're all going to go to hell.
El infierno será poco para
Hell will
ustedes. Y
will
vamos
not
a
be enough
pelear.
for
Yo
all
no
of you.
tengo miedo,
Thank you,
me
ma'am.
pueden mandar matar.
Gracias, señora.
No le agradezco. Se mueran todos.
we st- we're literally at the time, but I want to let Sheila, are you Sheila Felix?
Yes,
Please, ma'am.
en español.
The floor is yours.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Sheila Félix y voy a ser breve porque sus expresiones faciales y sus expresiones corporales demuestran que están cansados.
So
Quieren
my name
irse a
is
su
Sheila
casa.
Felix, and I'm going to be brief because your facial expressions show that you're tired, and I don't want you to be tired.
Pero qué bueno que ustedes se van a ir a su casa a compartir con sus familias, con
But it's
sus
really
hijos,
nice that you guys are going to go home and spend time with your families,
con sus esposas, con sus esposos.
with your spouses,
Y no tienen el miedo
and you don't
de
have the
que
fear
estén en la lista del Marshall para ser desalojados.
that
Los
you're on the
felicito.
marshal's list to be evicted. That's interesting.
Pero de este lado
But on this
es
side,
diferente.
it's different.
Yo tengo que llamar al abogado para saber si estoy en la lista esta semana para un desalojo.
I have to call the lawyer to see if I'm on this
Y no-
week's list for evictions.
Y no porque vivo del Estado, no cojo ninguna ayuda, ni WIN, ni cupones, nada.
And not because I get a government aid or coupons, welfare,
Pero
anything like
todos
that.
los meses tengo que luchar
But every month I have to fight
para poder pagar mi renta.
to be able to pay my rent.
Y saben que en agosto tengo que renovar el lease
And you know what? In August I have to renew my
y
lease,
voy a obtener un nuevo aumento.
and I'm going to have a new increase.
Algo que ustedes pueden frenar si quieren.
Something that you can stop if you want.
Ustedes pueden evitar que de este lado mucha gente sea desalojada.
You can prevent that many people on this
Porque
side
no
from being
aguantamos.
evicted.
No aguantamos un aumento más, no aguantamos.
Because we can't handle another increase. We just can't handle that.
Ustedes creen que muchos de los que estamos aquí, que salimos desde esta mañana, yo no he llegado a mi casa y son las 10 de la noche,
I don't know if you-
quisiéramos estar aquí.
I don't know if you know, but a lot of us, left work, but we left home and still have
Pero-
not been home because we come here.
Pero tenemos que estar aquí porque se trata de nuestra vida.
And we don't want to be here, but we have to be here because
Si
this has
yo
to do
no
with our
lucho,
lives.
si yo no lucho para que ustedes decidan frenar la renta,
If I don't fight for you guys to decide to stop the rent,
voy a ser desalojada porque no tengo para seguir pagando aumento.
I will be evicted because I don't have enough to continue paying increases.
Yo empecé pagando 1,300 en un apartamento de una habitación
I started paying $1,300 for a one-bedroom apartment,
y ya voy por 1,600 en una ratonera.
and I'm now paying $1,600 in basically a rat hole.
Y en agosto seguirá subiendo. Si ustedes no lo detienen, yo no voy a poder pagar mi renta.
And in August, it's going to continue to increase. And if you don't stop it, I won't be able to pay
¿Y
my
para
rent.
dónde voy? Para la calle.
And then where am I going to go? To the street?
Entonces, yo le digo a ustedes,
So I'm
si
telling
ustedes
you all,
tuvieran el poder
if you had the
para
power
evitar que toda esta gente fueran desalojadas, lo harían.
to avoid all these people getting evicted, you would do it.
Sí, ustedes pueden.
Yeah, you can do it.
Ustedes tienen el poder
You have the
para
power
tomar una decisión
to make a decision
y evitar que la renta siga subiendo.
and avoid for the rent to continue to increase.
Y por último, porque
And lastly,
como le dije, ustedes se ven cansados, tal vez aquí no se vea esa imagen, tal vez ustedes no la vean,
Because like I said, you look tired, and I don't know if you can see this image. It's possible you cannot.
pero esta imagen arriba tiene un pajarito alimentándose de las hormigas.
But this image at the top has a little bird that's feeding itself by eating
Y
ants.
debajo está el mismo pajarito,
And on the bottom, it's the same bird,
las hormigas alimentándose de él.
and the ants eating him.
Solamente es una reflexión que les invito a que la hagan.
It's just a reflection that I want you to think about.
Our last two speakers, Patrick Hoover and Audrey Hoover. Are they here? What's your name, sir? Was he on the list? Okay, why don't we let you, Mr. Ma, I think that name sounds familiar. Why don't you finish, sir? You'll be our last speaker. Oh. Patrick and Audrey Hoover?
Yes.
Then you are, please go. The mic is yours.
Okay, I'm Patrick Hoover. I've been in New York City since 1984.
Pick it up a little bit so we can hear you, sir.
Okay, I came here from Canada in 1984 for ministry. I've been here, so that's 41 years now. We've been tenants all that time. We've experienced quite a few things in terms of tenancy. We've experienced some of the worst and some better now, certainly better now than what we've had. I've come to realize, we haven't been attending these meetings in the past, but I realize how important they are and the import of the the decisions that you're making in terms of setting a rent increase or potential rent increase or rent freeze. I want to try to lighten it up a little bit because there's a lot of intense emotions here. There's a lot at stake. But I realize if the day ever comes, I'm 63 years old, if the day ever comes where I could be a landlord with maybe 5 units, 10 units, I realize I'm creating a community, no matter how small it may be. And you can't help but, if you do it right, I know there's a lot of challenges as a landlord. It can be, expenses can get out of hand and so on. But if we see it as this is a community, you can't help but be a local hero, just providing basic services and providing, if I were a landlord, walk through my building and each tenant, people are going to have some complaints. I mean, it's not like they have other problems that are not directly related to their housing, but housing is so important as a foundation for so many other things. Just to be able to walk through the building and say, okay, Mr. So-and-so is happy and this family is happy because basic provisions are in place. And I know that a lot of the new housing projects that have the rent is set as a proportion of the income and that sort of thing. And they try to come up with a system that's fair. So I really wish, hearing the emotions of the tenants and also the expressions on your faces, knowing the challenges that you face on your side as well, I just wish very much there could be a solution that would work for everybody. And that's what I want. That's what I have to say. We lived in some very bad housing when we first came here, and better now. But okay, I guess that's all.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for being here, the panel, and all of you to share all of your ideas with this panel. And my name is Audrey Hoover, and I came to New York City in 1969, June of 1969, from Jamaica. And pretty much I have been raised in New York State, more so in New York City. And I also met my husband here in New York City. We've lived in the Bronx since 1985. No, yes, 1985. And we've had some interesting experiences. And we started out in very interesting housing situations back in the 1980s. And now we live on the Concourse for 30-something years. And speaking of community and so forth, we're celebrating our 40th anniversary in August. And we've raised our son here in the Bronx. He was born in Mount Sinai, but he was raised in the Bronx. Like my husband said, it's about community, it's about knowing each other, and it's a good thing for landlords to get to know their tenants and to be our brother's keeper, our sister's keeper. And once those things can happen in conversation, then we can listen to each other and come up with better solutions. And raising the rent isn't always the right solution every time. So, we support the idea of the rent freeze and the rent rollback if this is feasible. So, I went over time? Okay, yeah, so we just wanted to be a part of the conversation and just to be able to say something in support for the rent freeze.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I think we have our last speaker of the night. Sir?
If somebody
We quote everybody's.
Hello? I'm
everybody's
sorry.
name.
Greetings.
Exactly, we're out of time.
I want to thank the good people who spent the time to be here, just like both the people who came to speak, to attend, and those who, Mr. Apple, and those attendees who came to listen. My name is Derek Miles. I'm with Video Music Box since the beginning. We've been on TV for 42 years. Ralph McDaniels wanted to be here tonight, but because he had another engagement, he could not. We demand, we ain't asking, we demand that not only be a rent freeze, but a rent rollback. The reason why, real simple, it's a racket. People are being set up to fail the way in which the rules of the whole lease rental situation in New York City has been. Look, I'm 61 years young. I've lived in all 5 boroughs. Okay, I've taken guns off the street. In fact, I was a victim of a landlord who was raping an immigrant I can name names, but getting right to the point. One of the things that has to happen is that to be a good tenant, I believe there needs to be some rules of civility. Now I'm demanding a rent rollback, a rent freeze. But at the same token, the tenants need to be taught how to be a good tenant, and the landlords need to be taught how to be, respectful too. There's racial, gender, it's all kind of biasness that has occurred. And because of that, we need to rethink and relook this whole process. I am calling for, Old Harlem is calling for, all right? A peaceful protest to every elected gangster in the state, in the city of New York, all right? I'm also a proud member of the NYC branch of the NAACP, in which some of these units we go into look not only subhuman, but the mental conditions, the tyranny. It looks like some of the units look like post-World War II Europe, okay? Until there's an accountability, a more reasonable accountability in all 5 county civil courts, and all county ejectment proceedings, because it goes both ways. People are fed up. Fed up. I'm the former executive director of the Immigrants Journal Legal and Education Fund. I'm African American, but I'm pro-immigration responsibly. But once again, I think y'all need to go here and really say, hey, look, we need to look at this thing, from another position. I did not have the time to do a white paper, because that's what you academics look for, a white paper. What I'm also saying, though, to tenants, you got the power. You must organize, okay? You need to go here, guard your grill, knuckle up, and learn how to budget your money to stretch it a little bit further. But the landlords are elected gangsters being backed up by the banks who are elected gangsters. Ain't nobody playing no games here. Everybody can see what goes on, all right? And then you got situations, I'm naming names. You have a lot of the supportive housing of people who have diminished capacities who are being set up to fail. So with the bureaucracy that's existent within the courts, within the legal system, the way people who need subsidies, and yes, unfortunately, due to the fact, I'll get to the point of closing, I respect you, because I'm disabled, now I'm in a whole situation that I have to be so like I live in a breaking ground run facility. They need to be fired. They hire criminal activity, gang activity, all right, and that's just in one unit. Now, what we need to have is another follow-through to say, hey, look, in addition to the fact that they want additional rent, which they should not get, they need to go here and be held into compliance to repair the units that they rent already. Okay? The level of satisfactory...
Sir, we're actually out of time. Hostos is going to ask us to leave. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry, sir.
I deferred the audience back. But we need to get together on this. I lost my wallet, too. If I find a black wallet, my name is Miles. Please take it up to the front desk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. With that, we've had all our... a motion to adjourn?
Excuse me, there are 3 CASA members that have been testified that signed up earlier: Sandra Mitchell, Karen Adams, and Maria Brodrum. So they would like to testify.
We called all the names.
Some of them might have stepped up during the break.
If you could ask them to do 2 minutes,
right here.
If you could ask them to do 2 minutes, then yes, of course. 2 minutes, please. Because we literally are being told by Hostos we're going to get kicked out of here. So please try to keep it to 2 minutes. Ma'am, please.
Thank you very much. Sorry. My name is Maria Budram. I'm a senior and I'm a CASA member. Thank you. You know, it's another year, another day. I've been following this thing from 2013. I've been coming, and every year we ask a group of 12 people, 10 people, 11 people, that is what you have at the table sometimes. We always ask you, listen to us, but no one does, because some of you here might be owning your own condo, or you are a landlord. Therefore, you always take some time to listen to the landlord side of it, and not we, the tenant. I live in a building on 888 Grand Concourse for the last 25 years. And in that building is 150-year-old. We changed 3 management within that period of time. And now we have a new management because we have to go in court in 2013. We make history. We are the first one who would make history to take a landlord to court and win. Now this landlord, he started something really good. But then he fall back on a bad habit. Because what he's doing now is to take out all the seniors and all the people who cannot pay their $3,000 for a one-bedroom. And he put it in people like your color with the promise of fix the apartment you are and don't pay me rent for 1 year and 6 months. And after that, we talk about your rent. I make complaint to 311, to the departmental agent, to housing authority. And today was the first time in 25 years somebody from HDP come to the house to look at it. And she just keep ticking and ticking and ticking, about 5 different tick on the paper. When I first been in that building, the rating on it was an 8.
Ma'am, if you could, because we have other,
It's
make sure
E
everybody gets
now.
to speak.
What I'm saying, stop being on the landlord's side. Listen to us, right? We are a community. You do not live here, so you do not know what is going on. These are the reasons why so much young people is out there on the street mentally. So many seniors are outside on the street, have nowhere to live. And it's all because of what you are doing. Stop it. Try be your brother's keeper. Be kind to each other.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We have 2 more? 3 more. Hostos is telling us we are they're turning off the mics in like 5 minutes. So I really will ask.
Hello, my name is Karen. Okay, many people been displaced from their home either by eviction or legal eviction. People cannot afford their rent. They're being put out. They can't afford medicine, car fare, other expense. Several months ago, I had a big dispute with one of the guys come on the bus, transit officer. I couldn't pay my $2.90. So I had words with him. And I said, I'm homeless. I lost everything. I might be dying today or tomorrow because that's how sick I am. Okay? So I was really mad. And I took a picture of her. He said, don't take a picture, but I did anyway. But anyway, somebody stole the camera because I would have brought it tonight so you could see what happened between me and him and on the bus when I couldn't pay my full fare. So he told me to pay $1.45. So I had to dig out more money. And he said, well, but anyway, it was a big thing. Another thing I want to say real quick is, okay, sometimes I have to pay money to survive. I have to go to this agency, that place, CASA, or wherever. So I spend a little bit of money. I don't pay my full fare sometimes because I'm struggling. I'm homeless, okay? I lost a lot. I'm living with different people. It's hardship, okay? New York are struggling and need RGB vote for a rent freeze, not increase. Have some caring and not increase the rent. Please think about that, please. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Shalom, shalom. Assalamu alaikum. Bienvenidos. My name is Chaplain Sandra Mitchell. I'm still here asking you, but really now I'm not asking you, because the Bible says, the Torah says, the Quran says, make your request be known. And so we are demanding a rent freeze. The Bible says, take back what the devil has stolen from you. Don't ask. It's too much that we have gone through. I've had 2 strokes trying to fight for justice for my building, 253 East 181st Street, right across the street from the 46th precinct, where they had to knock down my door and pick me up off the floor when I had the 6th stroke. You count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should the Lord give you 6 counts against you and take your soul? I'm the one that prays for our leaders. I'm the one that follows what God says. We're not asking, we're saying we need this because if we don't get the rent freeze, if we don't get the rent rollbacks, this city will be destroyed. All the workers, the people that take care of your children, the people that take care of your lawns, people that fix your plumbing, they will be out in the street. There will be anarchy. And we will know who to blame. And then I have a different prayer. I would say, Lord, you said that you redeem us. Lord, you said, you promised. You said that you would fight our battles. Now we have turned from our wicked ways, and you said you would heal the land. That's my prayer right now. You don't believe in God, I want you to see him. I want him to manifest himself in your life so you understand who your maker is. We demand a rent freeze. I ain't having no more strokes because of this. 55 years living in the Bronx, same thing. You live in Riverdale, you live in Mott Haven, you live in Yonkers, you live in Westchester, all New York State, all across the country. You will be held accountable. It will not go well for you in the spirit realm, nor in the physical realm. I am telling you, I'm not asking you. We need this because New York City is the epicenter of the world. And people look at us and then they say, well, okay, we're going to follow them. Do not destroy this city. Do not destroy your soul.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we're going to have to end now because we've been told by Hostos. So do I have a motion to adjourn? Second? Thank you very much all for being here tonight. Thank you.